Good morning, everyone. Ooh. Ooh. Good morning. Hello. How are we doing today? Happy Friday. I see that World War III is trending on Twitter. Kind of crazy. Woke up and saw that. And my first thought was, oh, again? Because I remember like the last 3 years, every other month it would be trending. I am tired of living in unprecedented times. I want to go to precedented times again. I think from like 1995 to 2005, that little period, I want that. Let's go back to that. Skip straight to the robot uprising, right? First time catching a stream. Good morning, good morning. Hello, Lori and Quill, welcome. I was so sleepy. I was 9 years old in 2005. I was 15. Crazy. Crazy, chat. Crazy. I think, you getting coffee yet? I have some coffee. Oh, excuse me. I have a cup. Well, it's a mug. It's like the cup's with coffee. A mug with, I don't know, there's the cup with the measurement, and then there's like the cup, the object, and then the object and the measurement itself aren't usually tied together. So whenever I say I had like a cup of coffee, I mean like my mug, not like a unit of measurement like baking cups, you know? What happened? Late sleep last night? Yeah, didn't get enough sleep last night. I had a very early morning thing on Wednesday, then I left my alarm on, and I woke up at the same time the next day, but today I remembered to turn it off, so I woke up at a decent time. I woke up at like 7:30. And then after I woke up at 7:30, I promptly dissociated in bed, just staring at the wall for a little bit. Now I'm here. The colloquial cup and not the measurement. Exactly. Chobi Kasane Tetoba is the T-83 Terminator. T-83? We already had the TI-89. Remember that the fat calculator? Scientific calculator. Oh my god, that was cool. I remember, what was it? Like, everyone had the TI-89 regular, like, black and white calculator, and then someone had like the TI-89 titanium or whatever. It was like $100 extra, and it was a fancy graphing calculator, and it was like, wow, that's so cool. Right, fancy fans, jeez. Good morning, Loop. Welcome. Scientific calculator. Yeah, we had to get one of those. There was a requirement for all of us to get a scientific calculator, or a scientific graphing calculator, for calculus. But yeah. Good morning. I did it this morning, but with my phone, I'm trying not to use my phone so much. I'm finding out that the algorithm, I really dislike it. It's constantly I don't know what happened to it before the shenanigans happened earlier this year. I was on TikTok like a decent amount. Like it would be one of like the top 3 social media platforms I would use because it was really good for like finding horror game recommendations, cozy game recommendations. There was a lot of really good recipes. There was a lot of like really interesting discussion about politics on there. There was like useful information from like creators, you know. There's like the guy superhero whatever who like talks about Marvel superheroes a whole bunch, and it was really cool to like learn the backstory about them. And then recently, like the experience I had like a year ago, 2 years ago, you know how when I was like active as a full-time streamer, I would like make TikToks and I would post those too, right? That's kind of how I got like my big break. Like 1 or 2 of my TikToks kind of blew up there, and then a whole bunch of people showed up from there. They're like, oh, Lex, I saw your TikTok, whoa. And I was like, yeah. I don't know, something about it's changed. Now I just get a whole bunch of normie crap and I hate it. They had T-800 Terminators in the movies, guess combat drone by either quadcopters or automated Dalek looking things. I think the drones are kind of crazy. They're really changing the field of warfare, you know? But yeah, gotta reinforce it. I've tried, it's not the same. But yeah, normie crap. No, I mean it, normie crap. Normie crap is really like, ugh. I don't know. There's something like, I can tell instantly now, within like, not even like the first second, but just looking at the first image that loads, if the person has a stupid face on him, I know it's someone with like 1, 2, 3, 4 million followers, and he makes those really stupid, like, I don't know what it's called. There's a name for it, I'm sure. There's a phenomenon for it, right? But basically, they have this thing where their eyebrows are excessively expressive, and as soon as you see their face, I know that they're going to be an insufferable human being. So I want to swipe away, but I usually don't. I swipe to the left to pull the profile to the right or whatever, so you can block them. But like, you check, I always do that because you have to go into the profile to block them, right? Yeah, the content creator face, it's so, I hate it so much, the content creator face. Yeah, the accent is bad. The accent is bad enough, right? But these are the people who have the faces on there, you know? And it's always the same, like, the thing that really pisses me off is that there is such a wide audience, there's such a broad audience that watches it and reinforces it and supports it, and I just hate it so much. Oh my god. Imagine like DreamWorks eyebrows, pretty much. It's like that kind of crap. And the thing is, like, I don't hate, like, okay, I do hate those creators. All right, I do hate those creators. But the thing I hate more is just like the millions of vapid, empty, shallow ass fans who, oh my god, I don't know. It's just, yeah. Small things that annoy me is the amount of people holding laugh mics in pinch in a video. Right? I don't understand. Like, they don't, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. I may be a cringe person, but I do not like those creators as well. Yeah. I just, at the same time, I guess, like, I don't know. I know for a fact that I can't do that. Whether it's too much self-respect or too much respect for my audience, or like that kind of content just does not appeal to me in any way, you know? So I know I can't do that kind of stuff, but they're doing it and they are living like millionaires. They are like making so much money doing that kind of stuff. Sucks having standards, huh? It does. It really does suck having standards. I like genuinely, not like unironically, it really does suck having standards. And I hate it. I hate myself every single day for it. If it feels commercial, I mean, it's not even, no, it's not even commercial stuff. It's like the stupid like reaction stuff. It's the stupid faces. I don't want to show you guys the images because the faces are just really stupid. I hate it so much. It also feels bad if you don't follow your standards. Well, no, the thing is, I have my standards because I know it's what I enjoy. But like, what my standards are isn't lucrative in the content creation field, you know? So, visceral reaction. I instantly just want to block them. No, sorry, I want to shoot them, but I can't. So I block them. What I hate is that they create a certain expectation to be like that. No, the thing is, it's not even the certain expectation. It's that it works. That's the thing. It's not an expectation. It's that it works. It just outright works. And because it outright works, people copy it. Like, there's a reason why so many streamers on Twitch do the same things. You know, there's a reason why a majority of them do ASMR. There's a reason why the majority of them do just chatting, or they play video games, or they do reaction content where they watch people's TikToks. Like, those are the top 4, like, massive things, right? There's a reason why it works. There's a reason why, like, book reading isn't a thing, or like, I don't know, like, what other hobbies are there? Like, biking on Twitch isn't really a thing. There are workout streams, yes, but they make up like maybe 1% of the entire overall base of like Twitch viewers. You know, like the reason why people do things is because it works, and the thing that does work is like profitable for the streamers and the content creators, which is why they do it. You know, this kind of goes into like the whole, like, every time I see a new VTuber coming out and they're like, why does everyone just play games, or why does everyone just do chatting and reaction content? I want to be the VTuber who like breaks boundaries and does unique creative things, and then they burn out within like a month because they realize that all the time and effort they put into trying to be unique doesn't have an audience on Twitch, so they stop. But you know, some people have to learn the hard way. So I don't. But yeah, like it's a thing. It's like survival of the fittest, you know, like evolution crap. It's not quite the same because it's not a direct parallel, but like the analogy you can make it is there are certain pressures as a content creator in the content creation sphere, and you attempt to make content. Some types of content do well, other types of content don't do well, and then the ones that don't do well don't survive. And the types of content that does do well continues to thrive, and people take that and evolve that more, you know? But that's basically it, you know? If it's like scams, you know? People will attempt a scam. If the scam doesn't work, you stop seeing the scam. The reason why the Nigerian prince scam still is around is because it still works, and it still gets money for the people. So that's why they keep doing it, you know? That's kind of the same thing with pretty much everything else. But yeah. But at the core of it is that there is an audience out there. There's an audience out there that wants to support it, that likes that type of content, and then because they support it, it continues. The cycle repeats, you know. So that if you want to be a full-time streamer and make a little wage, you have to do things you might not want to. Yeah. I think I kind of fucked up on that line, you know. Because I'm looking at everyone else and it's like, I see what they're doing and I know that I probably wouldn't work for me. But like, I know if I did it, I'd probably be in a much better financial situation now than... Now, like, wait, what's the? If I do that thing, I would have been in a better situation. You missed out on the sauna meta. I did. I really did miss out on the sauna meta. But I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm too much of a prude, or maybe it's because I'm just. I don't know. I don't know why. But yeah. Hey guys, I know you're scroll through Twitch and a bunch of YouTubers came on and I clicked here. Welcome. If you're like at least 30 and chill, you'll vibe. If you're younger than like 20, you probably won't like it here. You a prude? Well, the thing is, I went a little bit too hard into that. Is the mistake. Because I saw when I was joining the VTuber community, I saw what it was like to see so many like, hey baby, how's my Discord kitten doing? Like that kind of shit, you know. I saw way too much of that, and I was like, that's fucking cringe. I was 30. Sorry, I still am, but I was back then too, you know. So when I was joining this thing, I was like, I'm not a 21-year-old child, you know. But I see so many of that. Yeah, but yeah, I saw a whole bunch of that stuff, and I was like, that's really cringe, right? Because the first like 2 streams I did, I got lucky and I had like 2 people show up in my chat, and they're like, oh my god, my friend thinks your voice is hot, and I'm like, okay, that's 1, thank you, but 2, like the realization that they are like 20 and I'm like 30 and they're like a decade younger than me really grossed me out. So I was like, I don't want that shit. No. Throw back to all the weird shit. Yeah. They'd be like, oh my god, your voice is so hot, your model's so hot, do you want to add me on Discord? I'm like, fuck no. But yeah, because of that, hey Mixie, good to see you. But because of that, I had like I like set up boundaries, which I'm pretty good at, but I think I did it a little too well. So a lot of people kind of knew me as like, oh, he's that guy who's really proper and he doesn't do lewd stuff, he doesn't like sexualize himself and whoa, this and that. And I'm like, yeah, that speaks to me, because I don't want to do that too much, you know. Like, yeah, it's a part of me, but like it's not like a big part, you know. Like there's a reason why I don't go around showcasing that, like, oh guys, like, first of all, happy Pride, right? But second of all, I don't go around being all like, oh my god, I'm bisexual, pay attention to me, you know, because being bi isn't my only personality trait. I'm sorry to say, but some people out there make being bisexual their only personality trait, and it's like, bro or girl, like there's got to be more. There's got to be more to you than just that, okay? Like, but like, there's a reason why I don't draw attention to that kind of stuff, because it's not my only thing, you know. But like at the same time, the longer I stream, the longer I'm in this community, the more I kind of realized I really did shoot myself in the foot when I did that. Bye, more like bye. But yeah, maybe you go with the vibe of being that wise guy. I really shouldn't have. Maybe it was a like the reason why I branded myself as a lawyer back then was because I was. And I was like, hey, it'd be cool if I'd like introduce some of this kind of stuff. Well, that's why I did like case readings and stuff. And then I realized, like, no one cares. No one cares. Like, the amount of time and effort that I would put into that kind of stuff was like, it was cool. A lot of people would be like, wow, that's really interesting. And then their interest would stop as soon as the stream ended, you know? And it was nice as a tidbit, but that was all that people saw it for. Which is why I kind of felt like maybe I shouldn't put so much effort into this kind of stuff, you know. But yeah, I feel this. Yeah, I think it depends on how it's handled and then presented. I mean, you're free to give it a shot, try to see how it goes. But the thing is, a lot of people online say things. They say a lot of things, but whether their action reflects it is completely different. And that's a harsh lesson I had to learn personally, you know. And with you since then, Lex, I can't read. My eyeballs are like blurry right now. Because if I got to understand some stuff better, my ADHD brain normally just meh. I think it's because anime. would you like to develop your character more? I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible, is the thing. I've studied the field a decent amount. Those kinds of rebrands don't work. They alienate your current audience, and then you've already used up your shot with a new audience, and they're not interested in you, you know? Like, if people have seen you and they don't want you, they've already made the determination that they don't like your content, and that's not going to change just because you say that you're going to rebrand, you know? And then when you go out and you do the rebrand, they look at you compared to your previous persona, and they're like, wow, you really fell off, or like, wow, you really sold out. And that's the furthest that they'll go. They won't check you out because you rebranded. They'll be like, oh wow, you sold out, and now you are known as the former prude who sold out. And then there is no chance to build up an audience. I've not seen successful examples of that in the community. What character change might be a double-edged sword, hit or miss, and the comparison stuff. Yeah. It's kind of why, like, sounds like what happened to HBO. No, I made the mistake of HBO branding. I came out as Max. I started my career as Max. I had the potential to have HBO there, but I started as Max, and now I want to rebrand back to HBO Max, and then they'll be like, ew, you sold out. That's the thing, like, the audience that you have right now, like, a good chunk of them will not stick around. Like, you guys know that lurkers make up the majority of viewers on Twitch, right? Like, it was like 70% of viewers are lurkers. So like, if you go to like a streamer with like, you know, 2,000 viewers, there's not 2,000 people chatting, right? At most, it's like a small percentage, like maybe 10%, 15% of people who are actively chatting, right? The rest of them are lurkers. Those lurkers will not stick with you if you rebrand. And your content changes. They lurk because your content is consistent for them, that they show up and they know what to expect. They're like, oh, they're my favorite comfort streamer, you know, like, oh, they're my favorite like ASMR streamer, so I'm gonna go there and they're gonna do the triggers that I like, they're gonna do the noises and say the affirmations I want to hear, and I know it's consistent, I know it's reliable, so I'll keep going there. And the thing is, these people take out time out of their days to make your streams part of their routine. And that, like, you can't take that for granted. Like, so many people will take time out of their streams, you know? Like, 40 people watching your stream, that's a whole ass classroom, you know? That's a full classroom of people who are saying, I like your content enough that I will show up every single day and then just vibe with you, you know? And the thing is, if you brand change too fast, too quickly to something drastically different, they're gonna notice, and they're going to stop showing up to your stream because the vibes are off, and you stop becoming the consistent, reliable streamer that they got used to. And because of that, once you break that habit of theirs of them showing up and watching you, they will not continue to come back to you. They'll have found someone else to fill that gap with, or they'll fill it with something else completely, you know? Yeah, Starbucks is an amazing phenomenon, exactly. As a fellow lurker, yes, that's why I enjoy your streams more than others. During the time the space was flooded with that type of content. When I found your stream, it was nice. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, like this is something that's like, I don't know. It's a weird feeling to be able to look at this and study it and like kind of understand why it happens, and then look at my own content, not as a researcher of the field, but like as a participant in the field. It's like different. Gotta get new lurkers? You can't. That's the thing. You can't. I mean, I say this as if it were black and white, and I know it's not black and white, but it's like the gradient is very thin. The gradient is very, very thin, right? I can get new lurkers, but what you like, okay, for example, if I switched up my content, so I stopped doing horror and instead I started doing reaction content with like Discord Daddy stuff, you know, I'd be like, hey, kitten, welcome to my stream, you know, that kind of shit, right? If I did that, I would instantly alienate the majority of my current fan base, right? So like the majority of people here would leave and they would not come back, right? If they realize that, oh, that's the new type of content Lex is gonna do, then they'll be like, well, he's changed up his content enough that I'm not going to show up. So the majority of the people here won't be here, right? And then I would have to essentially restart from scratch to build a new audience, because that's what you're doing as a content creator. You are building a new audience. Twitch has an uncanny ability to push streamers to viewers that actually fit their wants. No, they actually don't. Twitch is actually horrifically bad at that. It is the one thing that this like stupid content platform should be doing, but it doesn't. That is actually the worst thing about Twitch, that it absolutely cannot push streamers to the viewers that want it. The way that it actually works is based off of viewers, not off the streamers, and that makes it worse, right? So the reason why, if you guys take a look on the left side, if you're on desktop, I think on mobile it doesn't show you because the UI isn't big enough, right? But on desktop, if you're watching my stream, take a look at the left side, the left panel, and then scroll all the way down. All right, they'll say things like recommended for you, all right, or they'll say things like viewers who watch Lex Parte also watch so and so, right? I hate autocorrect. Not, yeah, it's really bad at it. It's the thing, right? Those streamers that are recommended for you and recommended by saying things like other VTubers like Lex Watch, right? Those are based off viewers, you guys. Yeah, Lex Parte X VT also watch blah blah blah, right? Because that's what the algorithm does. The algorithm tracks you as the viewer, how much content you watch, and other streamers that you watch, right? And then it compares that with the like cloud, I guess. How would you say this? Like the overlapping Venn diagram of other streamers that the viewers should watch, right? So if like you watch like 80% of your streams are me, and then 20% of my of your stream time or 80% of your stream watching time is me, and 20% of that stream watching time is someone else, right? If they find another viewer with a similar, like maybe they have 75% watch time on me, they'll be like, oh, hey, well, this person who's also an 80% watch time viewer for Lex spends 20% of their time watching this other person. So why don't we also recommend that other person to the 70% guy? Maybe they will also like it too, you know? Because there is a pattern built up with viewers of, you know, maybe you guys spend half your time watching me and half your time watching someone else, right? That other someone else will then be posted and like recommended to the viewers. It's based off of viewers. It's not based off me, right? So, do you know what happens? I change my content. All of my current viewers stop watching me, right? Twitch doesn't know why that's happened. Twitch doesn't, because there's no one on Twitch watching my content and being like, yes, Lex is going through a rebrand, right? They don't have that. It's all based on the algorithms, right? The algorithm sees, wow, a lot of people have stopped watching Lex's streams, right? So they just know that's bad. His stuff has gotten worse, right? So it de-ranks me down in the algorithms. I'm less likely to be recommended to people, right? And that's just on the algorithm part, right? So I get less people just through the recommendeds, which is majority of my fresh new viewers, right? And that's what happens with the algorithm. So I hurt myself with the algorithm, right? And it's not just the algorithm that I'm hurting myself in. I'm also hurting myself just socially, like on social media, on like just interpersonal communications and networks and connections and all that, because people's immediate reaction, the notes that they will see online is that, wow, Lex has changed his content for the worse, right? It's not gonna, because that's the thing. Like a lot of people, they'll have their opinions attached to things, right? So if I change, they're not gonna be like, wow, Lex is rebranding. I love that for him. It's not for me, but I wish him success in the new branding change. People don't talk that way, right? Viewers don't talk that way online. They're gonna be like, wow, I used to watch him so much, but he changed for the worse, or like, oh, he's sold out. Like that's the kind of content, that's the kind of comments and tweets that people will see on social media, right? And because they see that, then the connotation becomes, oh, Lex, who used to do this, has now changed his content for the worse. You know, and if the for the worst part gets attached to things that are generally known for broader appeal, the phrase sellout gets attached to it, because it's not only that you stop doing the thing that you were known for, it's you stop doing that thing in lieu of some other thing that we know is more lucrative. You know, so like that is where the sellout part comes in. Like, oh, you know that there are like people who want to spend money on like the Discord daddy e-kitten kind of crap, right? And then be like, all right, oh, you just did that because you want money, right? And that's the connotation that gets attached to it. And then you lose goodwill with the people you've built up goodwill with, and the people you have not built up goodwill with, well, they didn't care about you to begin with. And because they didn't care about you to begin with, they're not going to give you a second chance, you know? So that's why rebranding is really bad. That and Twitch is really crappy at that. There isn't like Lex is rebranding. Let's put him and recommend him to more like e-boy content creators and put him in that field, you know? It's not going to work because the audience there won't give me a shot because they've already seen me and they decided they didn't care, you know? Like if you see a lot of commentary online about like, oh, you know, I saw their debut was like 8 months ago. I saw their debut and made up all of my assumptions and expectations about their content based on that one debut alone, and then I never watched them, but then I will constantly talk about their personality based off of solely just that one debut that I saw, you know, 8 months ago. Damn, I used to watch Lex Party, but he sold out, getting adopted by an Emirati glucose guardian. Man. No, I have my e-boy already. That's the thing. That's the thing, though. Like, if you open up with the statement, even like the advertisement that's saying like, I will be your e-boy, I will be your daddy, you know, that kind of shit, right? You open up with that and you set the level of expectations, and then that's kind of what people expect you to be like. And because content creation is not like, they don't give you that much time. You only show them what you want to show them on stream, and people only see what they want to see. If that's the case, then what's the harm with going through a rebrand? Because they don't care about you. They weren't interested in you in the first place. And because they weren't interested in you in the first place, you can say as much as you want, I am rebranding. They're not going to care because they already don't care. That's the thing, you know, because they know me as like, oh, he's the comfy, cozy guy with the safe community. And, you know, he's like pro LGBT and he doesn't do clickbaity bullshit crap, right? Like they already know and have expectations of you. And you can say that you're rebranding, but they're not going to care about you, you know? Because they'll be like, oh, well, we already know what kind of person you are. We already know what the content you make is, you know? So that's why they don't care about you. The closest to a rebrand someone can do is an outfit reveal to get a visual appeal. Yeah. That too. Would you do 18 plus VA roles though? I mean, I do in a way, not on Twitch because I would get banned on Twitch, but I mean, like I would. I've never like shied away from it. Can't begin to explain how much brand-related drama I get exposed to some of my larger friends, so I understand fully. It's a hard situation. It's a hard circumstance. Also, hey, Abaddon, good to see you. Good morning. What if you rebrand, but also rebrand to a new persona, new account? Would that work? It would not really work. Well, it wouldn't work for me. It may work for someone who is significantly smaller. Like if they weren't a Twitch partner, it would probably work because my name is kind of out there already. The kind of like I am a micro niche celebrity. Like the kind of like people kind of know me in like, oh, he's that deep voice guy, purple hair, right? You know, like they already kind of know me. So if I try to rebrand, I would burn up a lot of goodwill that I have within the community. I do find alternate VTuber personas really interesting, like what Kimrai does. I feel that that's I've studied Kimrai's stuff. I have thoughts on it. But I don't know if I want to comment on that. I can see it being worth if you're passionate about your new target demographic community, bring the original spark to your previous content with it. There is no original spark though, that's the thing. Gaijin Guba rebranded, doing content Warhammer 40k orcs and seem to be doing well and happier. Maybe. I'm happy for them. But like, yeah. As an OG person who worked with Kim Rai, she burned a lot of goodwill. Yeah, it's not really my place to comment on it. What if you do the same content with a different name, like what Drew Gooden did with the test the ninja class? It wouldn't work for me because my audience is not robust enough to be able to switch. Like I am aware 100% that my current audience is fragile. It is very fragile. If I changed anything up, it would be gone. I'm aware of that. Which is why I don't change anything up. I keep it pretty consistent with the things that I do. Well, one, because I like it, but second, I know it's not sustainable in the long run for me at that point. It's just how it is. Creators can't simply just do what makes you happy. Ooh, God. It's a hashtag. It's a catchphrase that a lot of content creators say because it's the right thing you're gonna say, that you're expected to say as a content creator. You're not supposed to stomp on anyone's dreams, you know, because then people take it personally. Like the bean soup thing and like the For You mindset kicks in of like, how dare you crush this one specific viewer's dreams? You know, you can't say things because that's what they'll be interpreted as. Like, you won't believe what this content creator said about a viewer in their channel. You know, that clickbait shit will go out like that, you know, which is why so many content creators, mind you, the majority of content creators don't have a PR firm like training them. They don't have a group that teaches them, okay, this is how you interact with people. This is how you interact with viewers. This is how you interact with fans, right? They don't have that training. They're just people, which is why when just normal people say things, they say things meaning what they say, and they don't really put in too much thought into the things and the way they say it, right? So it's kind of why a lot of people default to the, oh yeah, of course you can follow and chase your dreams, because it's the safe thing to go to it, you know? I was watching you on YouTube when I found you on Twitch. Thank you for stopping by. Hello. A lot of YouTubers benefit from PR training. The PR training is think before you tweet. But that content is too much. You know, that the content of that message, I mean, it won't get through their mind. But yeah. I'm gonna stretch real quick. Ironic that you brought up PR because I had to deal with that yesterday. Blech. Sorry. I like seeing creators grow over the years. Started watching on TikTok like years ago, and I'm watching your stream for the first time today. Thank you. But that's the thing though, like the content I put out years ago and the content that I'm putting out now is still roughly the same. I'm a bit more content creator focused, as in like I like, because the stuff that I focus on is more about like growing a channel. That's where my focus has changed as opposed to like just doing my own thing. But if I hadn't had that, the consistency, because I stopped making TikToks for like a year, you know, if someone saw my old TikToks and they came out and they're like, whoa, you're completely different from like your old content. What happened? You changed up a whole bunch, you know? Still miss chaotic group nights. Oh my God, like the hangout streams or whatever. I can't clip anymore. Yeah, the world has moved on. We're no longer in the 2020 lockdowns era where everyone's online. It's the first time I got Twitch and you're the first person channel I thought I was saying, aw, I'm glad to hear that. What a lucky coincidence. But yeah. Our green boy wants to hang out offline, by the way. Aren't y'all going to like Offkai or something that's coming? I can't go to Offkai. Sorry, I'm working. I wish I could, but no, I'm busy. I was like, where'd our lawyer guy go? Right, but that's the thing. Like everyone kind of knows me as like the lawyer guy. They don't know me as like the horror guy. And that kind of leads into the whole like, it loops back into the whole like, once people have made up their idea of you as a content creator, it doesn't change. It really doesn't adjust or adapt that much, you know? And
And the idea is like, you want to be authentic to yourself so that it's a type of content you are happy making. But if that authentic version of yourself doesn't work in the content creator sphere, you know, not for lack of trying, not for anything reason, but it's not like a, what's the word? Like, you make forks, right? Like you make forks. Your content is making forks, right? But the audience out there who receives it are looking to buy spoons, right? Like, you can try to adjust your content from forks to sporks to kind of be there, but if your authenticness is forks, but people aren't buying forks, you know, then you got to find a different way to market your, either one, you got to change, or two, you got to market your place in a different location where they want to buy forks, you know? It's hard to... I'm having a difficult time coming up with analogies, but that's probably because it's really early in the morning and I haven't had coffee yet. Gotta go to dinner. Oh, have a good dinner. Hope you have a good, tasty dinner. I discovered you only recently. I'd feel different if I discovered you much earlier. Yep. Exactly. You gotta find the fork people. That's the thing, though. That's the thing, okay? Like, when it comes to finding the fork people, right? Like, if you rebrand, right, and you're like, all right, I've stopped making forks, I'm gonna make sporks, I'm gonna make like spoons, right? You can say I'm gonna make spoons, right? But a lot of people will look at you and be like, no, you're the fork guy. I know you as the one who was making forks. Weren't you talking a whole bunch about making forks back then? You know, because they don't live your life as the content creator. They just see you pop up on their Twitter like maybe once a day, and that's it. That's as like 5 seconds on Twitter. That's as much thought as they put into you, you know? While people are like out there like worrying like, oh my God, you know, like my Twitter isn't getting the engagement, it's not getting, maybe am I shadow banned by Twitter? Did Musk do this, right? The average user, they'll see you pop up and then vanish in about 5 seconds and you're gone. You know? So don't overthink tweets too much. Just, if you're gonna tweet drama, don't. But yeah, if you're like if you're known as the fork guy, but you want to make spoons, people will compare you, and the comparison will be based off of their first impression of you as the fork guy. So that's why you can't really rebrand, because they've already like mentally filed you away in, oh, I don't care about forks, I'm not gonna watch him. Right? So when you say you're gonna rebrand, they'll be like, well, you're gonna make sporks, right? You're gonna try to make a spoon, but you're still a fork guy, so it's gonna be a spork. But I don't want a spork, I want a spoon. You know, that's what they'll do, and then they'll continue to brush you off, and it's gonna take you like 3, 4, 5 months of consistent content creation to like make it very clear that your brand has changed. For people to be like, oh hey, it's been like 3 months and I've seen him making spoons. So maybe he really did change. Maybe I'll give him a chance now. But like, that change is gonna take so long. Like, I'm gonna have to accept that I'm gonna lose all my fans, you know, for 3, 4, 5 months. And I don't know if that's gonna be worth it. If you're a fork guy 2 years ago and now you started making spoons and people start comparing you to your older self, isn't that a win in some way? In a sense that you're back in their timeline and they see you again. The thing is, that's if it works. That is if it works. Okay? Because again, social media is all based on algorithms. No one controls social media. It's all based on algorithms, right? And the algorithm is going to say, wow, Lex's tweets, Lex's clips, Lex's whatevers, right, are getting significantly less traction, right? And the algorithm doesn't know why. It just knows that you are getting less traction. They don't know why you're getting less traction. So they're going to recommend you less and be like, all right, we're going to assume his content is going to be crap now. So we're going to push him out less. We're going to, recommend him less. We're going to put him, less likely to show up on the little recommendations at the end of the YouTube clips where the little cards show up, right? A lot of that, like you get downranked in that. So you're actively fighting the algorithm pushing you down while trying to push out your new content. And that is just really horrible. Like, it's a lot, in that way, it's a lot better to simply like stop this account and then just make a new account and then just completely rebrand there. But that only handles the algorithm question. That doesn't handle the social networking connection, because people will hear my voice. They'll instantly know, oh, this is Lex's new account, right? And then the comparisons will still happen again, is the thing. I think with the comparison, it speaks into the issue that fact VTuber/streaming community is extremely rigid when it comes to people changing. A cancel is permanent. There's no forgiveness to grow. Exactly. You are who you are permanently. Doesn't matter if the issue was literally 5 years ago. No, like, this tweet I found of you 12 years ago is still your personality. You know, this tweet when you made it as an edgy high school teenager. No, at 29 years old, you're still that 15-year-old. Like, yeah, it's crazy shit. You're stuck in that time freeze frame issue, especially in the VTuber community. Yeah, it really is. Luckily for you, I was just a really emo photographer in high school, so I don't have any crazy tweets. I have really cringe photos of black and white of like a school bench and a street light lamp in the background in sepia, with the sepia filter turned up to 100% because I didn't know what nuance was, or like not putting things into 100% sliders, and I would write things down in, what was it, gothic something. I forget. It's a gothic font, right? But it has the serif on it because it was like, oh, serif, fancy, it means serious, right? And I would type messages like, no one understands me. And then I would think that was the hottest shit ever. That's what I did as a teenager, you know? So I don't know if anyone's like, we're gonna dig up dirt on Lex. This is what this is the stuff he said. It's gonna be just like that kind of cringy shit. The core community will support the person no matter what, but it's a very small core. The core is like 5% of your viewership. It is very small. The factor is like 10 to 1 of like 10. Sorry. No, it's like it reduces down. Like, oh God, what was it again? 101, I think. If you have 100 followers, you're gonna have on average 1 consistent viewer. If you have 1,000 followers, you're gonna have like 10 consistent viewers, and then of the 10 consistent viewers, you're gonna have like 1 chatter. You know, like there are ratios in that, and it diminishes really, really quickly. You know, if you have 10,000 followers, you may have 100 viewers, but then from the 100 viewers, like only 5 to 10 of them will be active chatters. Like that, it's been a while, so I don't know, because this was back in the height of like the VTuber hype craze. But nowadays it's lessened a lot more because more people are going back to their real lives outside, you know, in the meat space. I'll think about the stretches. Thank you. But yeah, gotta go. Have a nice day. No, you have a nice day. This is a threat. You better have a nice day. You better have a good one. If it's not a good one, you better make it good. And if you don't, watch yourself. Sorry. The follower to chatter ratio is crazy, especially if you have a lot of followers on Twitter but not on Twitch. Yeah, even the general stats are true. It's not defined fact. Yeah, but like the general vibes is really like, yeah, you have a community, but like your core community who are there for you as a person is much, much smaller. I just want to live in cyberspace, but I am reminded of the space outside my head meat, right? We are just little brains piloting a skeleton mecha. Friends of CC, VTuber 2, IRL friend. I gotta make time for my URL friends because my IRL are all busy. My URL's working while working. That's URL friends and versus IRL friends. Oh my God. That's crazy. But yeah, the whole like translating followers from Twitter to Twitter to Twitch is a notorious issue, I don't think there is a way to ever fix that. The reason why is the majority of people on Twitter are on Twitter for Twitter is the thing. Like, very few people go onto Twitter thinking to themselves, oh boy, I wish I could find a new VTuber to watch, you know, because they would just go to Twitch for that. They wouldn't be on Twitter for the express purpose of leaving Twitter, you know? That's kind of why the whole like conversion factor of converting engagement on Twitter to Twitch viewers is completely different, because they're not there. People don't go to Twitter looking to find a Twitch stream. You know, the expectation and the role of the platforms are completely different. Dual streaming on Twitter has been popping off lately. I've seen more people doing it. I've not seen success from it, is the difference. Just because more people are doing it doesn't mean it is successful. Twitter is quicker consumption, Twitch is longer consumption, Twitter is easier to gain and grow. Yeah, like it's easier to have a tweet pop off than it is to like craft a YouTube video that's like scripted and edited and everything, you know? What do you mean there's people who don't want to watch VTubers, right? No, instead they want to watch like really stupid like people with like popped collars and like eyebrows that fly off their face. Ugh. And yeah, I think Twitter as a platform is an interesting case on study on rebranding, because they did a rebrand and it's not working. It depends very heavily on what your definition of working and not working is. Also, Twitter is an exception in a lot of ways because there is literally no other platform. Okay, this is a weird phenomenon that I've noticed. I don't know. I kind of understand why, but I don't understand how to replicate it, okay? So, okay, the thing is, so many platforms, so many content creators, so many like works that are in use now got their start in 2010, okay? At the height of the internet, right? When everyone was just getting on the internet because it was a new thing and people were like, whoa, that's so cool, right? Like all of your biggest content creators, right? The massive content creators. Okay, I'm talking like Markiplier, PewDiePie, Shroud, Ninja, like all the streamers, all the really big YouTubers. The majority of them got their start in 2010 on YouTube. They were in a position to be able to make lots of content, and then because they continued to make lots of content, they popped off. And now they just have like Asmongold, you know, if Asmongold he started now, he would not be able to replicate the success that he had back then, right? But because they got started back then, when it was a lot easier to gain traction, they built up an audience over years, and now their market share is massive, right? But you don't see that happening now. Like very rarely do you see that happening now. You know, like there's a reason why Michael Reeves, I think, was such a big standout, was because he was able to pop off in a place like after all the big ones had already been established. And it was like, whoa, you know, this guy's really cool. He's really smart. He's like really funny and engaging, and he's popping off, right? It was really, he stood out because he managed to break the trend, you know? Same thing with platforms though. Like you have like Facebook taking off during that time. You have Twitter taking off during that time, right? And the thing is, have there been Twitter alternatives? Yes. Have they shown up after but like the ones that have shown up after 2010 have not really succeeded. Like there's Blue Sky right now. There's like Mastodon, which tried, kind of failed. I don't know what the hell they were planning on doing, but I really thought the idea for Mastodon was really stupid. It was like, do you want echo chambers? We'll give you echo chambers. We'll help you curate your perfect echo chamber. And like, I think that's why it failed. The people who use it continue to use it. But like Twitter, yeah, they rebranded, but people still use it. You can't really say that people left Twitter too much, because it's like Facebook, you know? Like the reason why most people use Facebook is because their friends are on it. Their family is on it. They don't want to use it, but they use it because that's where everyone else currently is, you know? And that's like the big thing. Like Mixer tried this to compete with Twitch, where they try to say like, they paid millions of dollars to the massive audience pulling streamers, the ones who had huge audiences, because they realized the way you get people to use a platform is to have people on the platform. How do you get people on the platform? Well, they thought they could just pay their way to it, but you can't, you know? But like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, Twitter did rebrand, but because they were already so well established, because there is no competitor to Twitter naturally, even if the rebrand sucks and I hate it and people make fun of it all the time, they're going to still use it because there is no alternative, you know? I think Blue Sky's issue, apart from the echo chamber aspect, is also the usernames are so long. Yeah, I don't know what Blue Sky's trying to do. Blue Sky is the reason why I dislike Blue Sky is because it's like trying to date someone and the entire time they say, "Oh my God, I love you because you're not my ex." That's what it feels like. And I hate that. I want to be on Blue Sky for the things that Blue Sky can do, not for what it doesn't do compared to Twitch. You know, that's why I hate it. I don't like Blue Sky for that reason. The entire thing is, we are not Twitch. I'm like, what are you then? You know, tell me what you are. It's like, well, we don't have all these. I don't care what you don't have. What do you have? Like, what should draw me to you? You know? Oh my God. It was. Oh, hi there, chat. I didn't see you there. I was currently ranting about social media platforms and lamenting the fact that there are only like 5 social media platforms now, and there only have been 5 for like 6 years, and it will not get better. I am so frustrated. Mostly use Blue Sky to follow my friends who migrated from Twitter as an art archive of Namachels. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, all the social media platforms that are out there now are all controlled by algorithms, and you have to play the algorithm, and I don't know, it's weird. Because my specialty is research. My specialty is studying. This is why, like, I loved being a lawyer, because they'd be like, "Hey Lex, the client got this and that, research it." I'm like, all right, on it, boom. And I'd be able to research and study it and be like, all right, well, I'd say our chance of success is 3.3.333 repeating, of course, blah, 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 whatever. I don't know what the actual quote is from that one Leroy Jenkins meme, but you know, like, I love to do the research, right? Which is why when I started streaming, I'm like, here, let me start researching streaming as well, and like, look at how people interact on the streaming ecosystem. Space, environment, ecosystem, like the streaming ecosystem sounds most accurate. I like that word. I like that phrase, the streaming ecosystem. You know, it's how the viewers interact with the content creators and how the content creators work, and like the dynamics that shifts back and forth, like watersheds and the animals that live around the water and the plants and stuff like that. Oh, hello there, Chan. I didn't see you there. I was suffering. I still am. But I was suffering back then too, like 10 seconds ago. I hate this. I hate this place so much. I don't know why. It's always during the summertime. It's always during the summertime. I don't know. I genuinely don't know why. And yeah, welcome to America, I guess. Capitalism, hooray. Ah, I'm out of coffee. No. Sorry, it keeps happening to you. Nah, don't apologize. It's not your fault. This one time I was crashing out over Emilia Perez and my PC died in the middle of my rant. I was like, curse, no. Maybe it's because more people stream in the summertime. Not in my neighborhood, though. That's the thing. My neighborhood's ISP is the thing that goes down. It's not Twitch. It's my neighborhood. Ugh. It's all the summer vacay. Honestly, starting to think you have heat damage shit outside somewhere and they haven't found it. Even if there is, they're not gonna fix it because it costs more for people to repair it than it is for them to just laugh at me. So the thing is, like, I know I could rebrand, as in, like, I can make a new account, I can make a new Twitter, I can make a new VTuber, like, outfit, put on new clothing, and then, like, for a few months, I could try the whole, like, hey, daddy misses his kitten kind of crap. Like, I could do that, but the VTubing field itself has already changed significantly, that I would need to be that type of, I would need to be a lot more, what's the phrase? I'd have to be a lot bigger of a character is the thing. And I don't know if I'm a big character, like, personally. Give it the stretches. Yeah. You were planning that before with your new PFP. I was having a midlife VTuber crisis, which is why I dyed my hair white back then. And then I was like, maybe not. Yeah, that was my midlife crisis. I like your deep voice. Thank you. I like it too. Yeah. Anyways, chat. Ads are gonna be playing soon. It's been like an hour, so I'll see you all in about 3 minutes or so. You're already at midlife crisis. Hey, life expectation for adult men in America is like 70 something. I'm getting there. You round my age up, I'm closer to 70 than I am to birth. So soon we will be getting to the big persona in the sky, Chad. But yeah, I want to get some more coffee. Let me know what ads play. I think we'll still get normie ads. By the way, Chad, fun fact. Did you guys know? Hang on, let me see. Hilariously, of all the things, of all the timing, I was really late to this thing, right? I was like, oh my god, it's been like, I haven't been able to check out like Still Wicks the Deep in a long time. I'm finally getting to it. I'm so late. They just announced earlier today a DLC for it. So there's the link to the developer's page, the Twitter. But there's a DLC, Still Wicks the Deep Siren's Rest, coming out on the 18th of June. So wow, what a coincidence, right? Yeah, so I don't know if I can play this coming weekend because I'm going to be busy the weekend on the 18th, but like maybe on the 27th or like 28th, we'll try it. Station, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you, appreciate it. Saving some people from the ads. You're too generous. All right, chat. I'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'm gonna pop out here, do the BRB sign again. All right, I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes when the ads play, and then or 3 minutes after the ads play, and then we'll continue ranting about content creation. Grr. All right, bye bye everyone. See you in 3 minutes. Woo. Hello, chat. We're back. I got skip Alienware. Alienware is good. Switch 2 is good. Visa is normie. Fruit juice is normie. Gambling addiction is normie. Prime, fancy feast, pull-ups are normies. Pull-ups? Like the underwear? For babies? Oh, man. Man, what are those? What other ads have again? Got the gambling and gambling addiction ads too. Also give me one for ED. Oh, the underwear for the boy. Oh, hey there, chat. I didn't see you. We are struggling today. We're having a day. You're having a day, chat. Anyways, where were we? I forget. ISB forcing to play peekaboo. Yeah. Content creation and ads. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys knew this, but ads make up a good chunk of most content creators' revenues. It makes up like 30% of, or it used to make up about 30% of mine. So it's like a big chunk. Personally, I hate like the virtue signaling content creators on social media who are like, I'm going to turn off ads on mine because I care about my viewers and I care about the experience of watching. Like it's very virtue signally, and it's almost exclusively said by people who either have already hit the threshold where they're making like, and it goes. Oh, hi there. I didn't notice you there. Because my internet was out. Oh, yeah. Reminds me of people when people wouldn't take sponsorships because they would look like sellouts. Well, the thing is, like, specifically for the ads, the timing and like the general community vibes of when they do that is what makes it look like virtue signaling to me, you know? Like when Twitch was like, oh, we're gonna change the way the ads work on your thing and we're gonna adjust like the creator ad percentage, whatever. There was a lot of massive creators who would show up and then they would say things like, oh, I'm not going to have ads on my stream because I care about my viewers, right? Implying that if you do have ads, you don't care about your viewers. But there are people who have like tens of thousands of viewers and they make like 150K a month. So they don't need ads. They already make so much money without ads on its own. So they can just say like, oh yeah, I'm not going to enable ads on my channel because I'm so generous, right? But it's virtue signal. It's just like a publicity stunt, right? They're like, oh, I see Twitch is changing ads. I'm not going to run ads because I'm so kind and so generous, knowing that they've already hit the threshold where ads don't make much of a difference, right? But for like mid-low tier creators like I am, where we only have like a few, like 100 viewers, right? Ads do make up a huge chunk of our viewership, but then to imply that we hate our audience because we have ads, you know, knowing full well as content creators, they know how much money, how like large of a percentage, it's like 20 to 30%. That's a huge chunk, you know? Knowing how big of a chunk that ads can contribute to a streamer's revenue monthly, they'll still say that, you know? So like, when I see those people, yeah, it's scrambling up to the pedestal that they want to be on, exactly. And of course, the community loves it because, you know, down with ads, grr, you know, that kind of stuff. I laugh because of the text saying enable ads on my child. On your child? They act holier than thou when they're better off than 95. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They're in a position to be able to play that holier than thou, because they know that they can take that loss in that revenue. They can take that cut and still be well off. They have hundreds of thousands of dollars saved up. They've got, I don't know, millions saved up or whatever, you know? And it's always like the top, 1,000? It's within the top 1,000, 2,000 people. You know that when that big leak happened with the Twitch like revenue earnings, right? Mind you, that was just bits and subs, right? We don't know how much money they made in addition to like sponsorships and partnership brand deals, Patreons or off-site things. That's just with subs and bits, you know? So we know that they're making tons of money already and they can afford to do that. It's easy to care about your audience, air quotes, if you've already made it to a high enough threshold that you don't really need them anymore. Exactly. So like, whenever I see that kind of stuff, it's like, I know what you're doing. That's a scummy move, but people will still love you anyway. So go get that bag, I suppose. You know? They'll be like, I'm turning off ads. Like, I turned off ads because when I was a full-time streamer back then, I felt that the support I got was enough to be like, hey, I can do this without ads now. So thank you for supporting me for this way. That's why I turned off ads. The reason why I've turned them back on now is because I'm trying to save up money for my move to Japan. And I need like every last dollar of it to make it work. But like, when I see massive creators who never needed ads in the first place, because they're already, you know, making hand over fist in terms of cash, it's like, But then again, you know, that's social media. You had to play the game. You gotta be air quotes relevant in like the field, right? So that's one way you stay relevant, and generating that kind of publicity is one way people do it. I think if people want to do that, sure, it's not everyone is in the position to do that. Exactly, that's the thing. It's easy to look down on people and then like from your ivory tower or whatever it is, right? And then be like, oh, well, you should be doing it this way because, you know, it's not an issue for you, right? Even in 3-minute ads hours, get rid of pre-roll, so I see more defaulting to it. Exactly, that too. The pre-roll thing is massive. I'm a bit too tired to think about it. That's arrogant or whatever. I just know it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know why they're doing it. I mean, I don't know why they're doing it in the sense of like, I don't know their actual psyche or what's going on in their minds when they make that decision to publicly announce that, you know? But I do know the effect it's going to have. I know the impact it's going to have in the community overall by making it public, by going out there and tweeting while quote tweeting Twitch, being like, I'm going to turn off ads for my channel because I'm so generous. I don't care about the way Twitch is changing things, that kind of crap, you know. Creators that don't want you to sit through the ads can't afford you to skip them, and the ones who can afford mostly don't care about viewing experience but revenue. It's always the odd ones out, but still, it always goes that way, doesn't it? But yeah, could also be bad peer pressure for smaller, newer creators and make them think that about doing the same thing. It really is. Because the thing is, like, content creation on its own is there isn't like a test. There isn't like you have to be able to. It's not like plumbing where you had to like show that you know how to read the pipes and know how to fix things or whatever, right? It's really freeform, and that freeform openness results in a lot of people simply copying without understanding. They don't know why things are done, but they see other people do it, and because they see other people do it, they think to themselves, oh, I should do that. Same thing with debuts for VTubers. Like, there is literally no reason why any indie VTuber should debut, but they do because they're like, oh, well, I'm a VTuber and VTubers debut, so I should also debut too, right? And they put a lot of thought and energy into their debut stream and not their content. And it's like, great, you stressed out a lot, spent a lot of money on debut assets that you're not going to use anymore. And it's like, you got to be able to look at something and understand why something is doing, why people are doing a thing without blindly copying the thing that they're doing, you know? Like, oh, well, all the big corporate VTubers are debuting, so I want to debut too, right? That's the kind of stuff. But they don't understand the purpose of the debut. They just see that, oh, everyone else does it, and they just copy that. Not doing that. I'm just gonna go live one day. Anxiety stopping me, but one day, yeah, just hit the button. Just hit the button and go. Like, talk to yourself. The weird, creepy voice in your mind, let that take over. I hate the amount of people that burn out on debut or feel the need to spend so much on new models every few months. Yeah, the new model thing is... The thing is, the people who do put out new models that frequently do it because it works. You know, it generates a lot of hype and it builds it becomes a big event and they get a lot of money from it. So people look at that and they're like, oh, well, I should also be putting out new outfits every single time, right? When they barely have the audience to like support that kind of stuff. And then they spend, you know, $1,000, $2,000 on a model and rigging, and then they bust it out. And it looks great, it looks fantastic. But they're focusing on just the surface level, shallow, like observable stuff on the outside without understanding what happens behind the scenes. I'm about to take that advice and set up a PNG for fun. Click the button and go, yeah, exactly, just start. I didn't debut because I was aware at the very beginning that debuts are kind of silly. Like, who are you going to debut to? I was like, oh, well, no one really knows who I am. I have like 5 followers on Twitter. No one cares about me. I'm just going to stream. And then I just started streaming, you know? Sometimes I wonder if they break even now because they spent tons of money on each new outfit and each new model and outfit. Here's the fun fact. If they keep doing it, it is paying for itself. If they're still doing it, it is paying for itself. It's not breaking even. It is paying for itself. Like, it is profitable. Because if it wasn't, they wouldn't do it anymore. That's the thing. You got to pay attention to the patterns. If they do things and then they stop doing a thing, they stop doing it because it's too much work for the amount of returns that you get. I've seen this happen with pretty much every single content creator. If it doesn't pay back the returns, they don't do it anymore. So if you see them still doing it, it means every single time they do it, it's still working. You know. Wow, the coffee's too hot today. Really hot. All my creative endeavors have jumpstarted by going, fuck it, I'm doing it. Honestly, that's the best way to do it. I think that's the biggest way to get started. Just say, screw it, I'm doing it. Do it as a joke. Do it as a silly thing. Do it as a fun thing. You know? Good sip. Hey, look, she, good to see you. Welcome. Talk to the imaginary Twitch chat in your head. Exactly. Or to your plushies. Do you know how cute of a story that would be? Imagine this. You get started, and the way you get started is you have a little rubber ducky or like a little plushie, and you put it right next to your webcam, and then you start talking to the plushie, right? And then later, like 3 years down the line, when you're a Twitch partner, you're making it big, right? And everyone's like, oh, how did you get started streaming? You can tell them like, well, I started with 0 viewers and I was streaming to no one for a long time, but what I did was I had my plushie in front of me and I would always talk to the plushie and treat them like my chat. Like, that would be such a cute story to share in the future. You know, like, you just gotta start is the thing. I admit I have many PNG outfits, mostly because I enjoy making them. Honestly, if you enjoy it, then keep going for it. That's fine, right? I'm talking about the people who make outfit reveals a monetary thing, where it's not like out of passion, but like they're doing it knowing that they're gonna make money from it. But yeah. Or a pet. Yeah, like if you have a little pet, I don't know, turtle, put the turtle on your desk and just talk to it. I don't know if the turtle would be viable, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? They call it a rubber duck programming. Rubber duck programming, you talk out loud to your desk and help the problems. For some people it works. Yeah. Rubber duck streaming. Talk to your rubber duck. Stream to your rubber duck. You know? To be honest, with my anxiety and streaming, and help me think realistically, nobody will see my first stream live. There'll be 0 viewers, so I can do whatever. 100%. That's what I did too. I streamed Half-Life 2 as my very first game. And the reason why I did that was because it was a game I had played before, and I liked the story, and it was easy for me to play. And that was it, you know? Like I wasn't being all like, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna bust out with a music video and like this concert and have like this 3D VR tracking, whatever, this and that. I knew there wasn't gonna be anyone who watched me, so I would just start. I talked to my cat in a different voice than I talked to everyone else. But that's the thing. If your viewers can hear that, if they can hear the difference of like how soft you get when you talk to your cat, that could be like a really cute clippable moment, you know, like the VTuber reveals their real voice when talking to the cat, caught live on stream, you know, something like that. I don't know. I need to like tweet that out onto Twitter and TikTok. But yeah. Now I understand why VTuber mascots are so cute. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Emotional support standee might be the most brilliant thing I've heard. Oh my god. If you have a, yeah, exactly. If you have a standee, right? Put your standee right in front of your webcam. I don't know. Like for me, it would be like Gary from Ebe and Gary, Mary, and Ebe from Ebe. And then like a Phoenix Wright and Miles Edgeworth. And then the whole thing, your entire stream should be like, if those characters were there and watching you, how would you reveal your hobbies to them, right? And then like talk about your hobbies to them as if they were listening to you. There you go. Boom. That's how you grow right there. The big secret to making it on Twitch. But yeah. Now that I said that, how do we look like to you? Honestly, I have not put that much thought into it. You guys are just colorful usernames, like a little rainbow of names on my screen. I saw the little mascot designs. They're all really cute. I kind of like the I kind of like the tiger with the scarf. The really tired tiger with the scarf, like eeping. That was kind of cute. Yeah. I only have standees from years ago. People I don't watch anymore. Gotta make an order of attitude. My stream's gonna be snarky and mean. I don't buy too much plastic, to be honest. I have a few pieces, but they mean a lot to me because of nostalgia. But I don't buy too much merchandise. I used to buy like little trinkets and doodads, but plastic is too much. I don't know where to put them is the thing. Skittles, right? Little M&Ms. Little colorful candies. Alas. Alas, chat. Alas. I don't know. I might be too tired to ever properly want to rebrand is the thing, you know? Like, could I? Sure. Do I have the energy for it? Hell no. I bought the one, and then not 6 months later, True Colors came out, and man, I wish I had it. Oof. Oof, that is really rough. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I think for me, it's like... rebrand into an even more older tired VTuber. The thing is, like if I want to do this, for anyone who wants to like stream like full time, I would ask them to err on the side of caution. Don't stream full time. Don't be a content creator full time until it makes enough to replace your current day job. I know it's gonna be difficult, but that difficulty you're gonna have to go through in order to make it work. It's a lot of work, yeah. Would you legit rebrand into a Discord daddy VTuber though? No, I can't. Like, I know it would be lucrative. Like, I know I have the voice for it. I know what to say, how to say it. But it won't be sustainable for me because I know I would hate the audience that I built up. You know? Because I would need to... Like... I want my audience... How do I say this? How do I say this without disparaging the other audiences? Yeah, okay. I won't comment on the quality of the audience. I would just say for myself, I would dislike the people that it would attract, you know, just as a personal thing. Be a Discord kitten instead. I mean, it would be so easy to be, like, for lack of a better term, a bottom. It would be so much easier to be submissive. It's so easy to make money by being submissive on stream. Like, it is incredibly easy. Is the thing. You know? It, like, do you know why? It's not a sexual thing. It's not a sexual thing. It's a power thing. It's a control thing. You know? It's the reason why the NPC trend was so lucrative at the beginning before it became what's it called? Like assembly line, before it became an assembly line. Being submissive is such an easy way to make money online because what ends up happening is you're able to convert money and control, those two things. I think I've never seen a submissive streamer. Okay, I'm using the word submissive because it's like a general term used to describe a characteristic of a person, right? It's not submissive in the terms of like a sub-dom relationship. It's submissive as in like they are receptive to the influence of chat, right? So like the people who are like, oh no, chat, like no, don't call me tsundere or whatever, right? Like, or like, oh, don't call me a brat, like you have no control over me, you can't call me a brat, right? Chat will then spend money on you to continue that dynamic of chat is bullying the streamer. You know, it's not the top or bottom thing. It's not the submissive or dominant thing. It's just the dynamic that the chat has with the viewer. Okay, did you guys know, like, let's go back to the NPC trend. The reason why the NPC trend took off is because it played on a power dynamic that people wanted to experience, where they can spend money and have control over another individual, right? You give them a glizzy sticker, right? Like 50 cents for a glizzy sticker, right? Do you know what you do? You make the streamer say a thing. Oh, you know, thank you, John Smith, for the glizzy, right? And they'll say a sound effect, right? But if you send more glizzies, you can like overstimulate the person and then make them like bend them to your will in a way, right? So it's a way of converting finances, your money, into direct control over another human. That's what the submissive thing is. You are submissive to the chat, and that dynamic is really easy to control, you know? Crystal Princess, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, welcome. Let me get you a shout out. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're having a good stream. Bullying the streamer thing, that's the thing. It works really well. It's a very, very lucrative business. Like the whole boy failure, the whole girl failure thing, right? It works because people want that. People want to be able to say, I can just drop money and then have control over someone. And it's not just that. It's not just the personal self-satisfaction of the control, but it's the fact that people see it. That's like an extra layer on top of it. It's like, oh wow, 100 people saw me, my name show up on screen, and they saw me drop that $100 to make the streamer do a thing, right? And everyone knows how powerful I am in that community because I have the money, I have the power, I have the strength, you know? So I'm not only controlling the streamer, but I am boosting my own personal esteem in the community, right? Day 49 of the subathon. Nice. Congratulations. Good luck. Good luck. Keep going. Keep going. Subathon seems scary to me. That seems like a lot of work. This is a very big common thing that happens over in the East as well. With I mean, like it's just content creation in general, but specifically live stream. Doing it for charity. Oh, let's go. Nice. I hope it turns out well. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds creepy when you think about it. It only sounds creepy because of the way I'm describing it. It only sounds creepy because I am approaching it in the terms of a very like bland analytical point of view. I'm not approaching it in terms of like being a member of the community or being the one in charge with the power or being the streamer themselves. I'm approaching it as like let's study this and why does it work for people, you know? And when you look at it that way, when you take away a lot of the personality, it is easy to call it creepy, but keep in mind that it's not always the case. You know, it's not always that people will see that and be like, oh, that's creepy, right? Once you get caught in the hype, it's gonna seem normal. That's the reason why, like, there are how do I say this? I'll try to think of a better way to phrase it, I suppose. It opens a can of worms because it would cultivate a community that will think of you as a live or owe them. Yes, but it works. It's financially very lucrative. And like for me, it can't get that toxic unless you establish boundaries. The thing is, you can't. You can't establish boundaries. You have to have boundaries to begin with and then just not cross them to like at the start. If you establish boundaries afterwards, they're going to feel a loss of control. The big like donors who have been dropping, you know, hundreds of dollars on you will be like, how dare you? How dare you talk back to me? How dare you fight back to me, right? And that's going to cause an issue. A big spiral and a crash, yeah. Isn't the whole Twitch redeem system built on it? You cannot really turn a streamer into the dom side of this. No. The thing is, you can't, as the content creator, it is much more difficult to be a dominant content creator than it is to be a submissive content creator if you want money at like the base level, you know? Like you can be a dominant content creator in the sense that you have really strong boundaries, but that's going to result in a community that respects your boundaries and then doesn't bully you with money, you know? So it's a little bit of a payoff that you got to do. Like there aren't that many dominant streamers out there who I would just like, okay, I'm not saying dominant as in like their personality in bed or like dominant as in personality off stream, right? But dominant as in like they are the ones in full control of an audience. And it's like they get financial support in the sense of like they have like subs because of like the content or like Patreon supporters or you know, they'll get bits, right? But it's not like you're gonna get comments of people dropping, you know, 10,000 bits on you and being all like meow for me, you know, because the chat thinks that they have the ability to control the streamer in that way, you know? It's something you need to be firm about in the beginning. But the thing is, if you're too firm about it, if you're too firm, you develop the audience that respects your boundaries, and the people who respect your boundaries are not the type to bully you with money, you know? Sometimes I'm concerned since I have a softer voice, chatters will try to bully me, but I nip that in the bud so fast. It doesn't really matter about your voice. It just depends on your actions. If you outright ban people who cross your boundaries, the community will filter itself. Those people will be like, well, they're just going to ban me, so why would I stick around? I want to go find another streamer who will, you know, I can bend to my will and control with my cash than you. And then they'll sort themselves out. You know, it doesn't matter what voice you have. It's your actions, timing out people, banning people, setting up proper filters in chat so that they can't say certain things, like that kind of stuff. The actions help control those boundaries more than what you say. Clean the community early on might hurt their wallets when it comes to income, but at least they have a better and healthier community. The problem there is that better and healthier community does not pay bills. It doesn't pay your rent, which is why a lot of really wholesome streamers will start out as hobbyists and then they will end their careers as hobbyists. They will not be able to really take it off unless they have that really lucky exception to the rule-esque break away from the community, or away from like the general trend, I mean. People who are super firm with their boundaries end up much smaller communities. Yeah. And the thing is, like, there's a lot of people out there who make really great content. They have really wonderful communities. They're really wholesome people. They're fantastic. But because they don't hit that threshold, you know, they don't hit that threshold. They don't get to give the chance to pop off and shine the spotlight is the thing. If you tell someone coming in with wrong vibes or attitude to clean up their shit, they'll directly leave. They'll often leave before you hit the point they ban you. Yeah. The dead comment is definitely one you have to play to a degree, but ultimately it would be nice to have supporters who respect the boundaries from the jump. They're just not prone to donate a ton because of those boundaries. They're so respectful they won't really give you money to try to make you cater to them, which is great, but as you said, doesn't pay the bills. Yeah. If you lean too hard in one direction, and once the community is established, it's really hard to change that. But, you know, it is what it is, you know. I meant more like, since I have a soft voice, people come in thinking I'm easy to take advantage of. Oh, yeah. Smash them in the face with a baseball bat. Hell yeah. Don't give them an inch. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So smack them in the face. But yeah, it's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing. Like, I'm aware that I'm a switch. You guys know that already. So like I can be submissive on stream. It would take a lot of mental work off my mind, because from the streamer's point of view, they're not actually doing anything. They're just reacting. It's a reaction content, but the content that you're reacting to is the comments from chat. You know, like, I'm not reacting to TikToks. I'm reacting to like a person who donates me 1,000 bits and says, bark for me, or something like that, you know? But then I think about it and I'm like, 5 years down the line, when I look back at this time, this era in my life, will I look back on it and say, yes, that was a good part, that was a good arc, that was a good story in my life, and I'm happy I did that, you know? And I don't know if I can say yes to that. Which is why all the stuff I do is authentic. Like, it's as authentic to I think myself is. But, you know, whatever authentic Lex is doesn't make that much money. It doesn't make that much clippable moments. You can't like tweet me out unless, I don't know, unless you like send me bits and like, here, Lex, say this, and I'm like, all right, I'll say it, and then I say it and it gets clipped out of context. But then the thing is, if it gets clipped out of context, it's even worse, you know, because out of context clips get sent out there, right? I go like, oh, like, hey, daddy's thirsty kitten, why don't you piss in my mouth? You know, like, I can say something out of pocket, right? That gets clipped on its own and gets sent out into the Twitter space, right? If it goes viral, people will see that and they'll be like, whoa, there's a content creator who makes that kind of content. I want to go see him. They'll come to my channel and be like, wow, ew, that's really gross. Like, he doesn't do that. He's actually completely different from the clip, right? And then because of the way the social media is set up, they see that their expectations are completely in opposite to the content that I make. And they're like, oh, he doesn't actually make that kind of content. He's boring. Pass, you know? And then they move on and then they don't give me a second thought ever again, which is why it's so important for me when I make clips. It's just, it has to be representative of my content, representative of me, you know? Yeah, ew, gross, he's wholesome, bleh, right? I just woke up. Good morning, welcome. But yeah, like this is why when I was starting out, I had a lot of like fellow VTuber fans, and like VTubers themselves would come up to me and be like, how do you make clips? And I'm like, hell if I know. I don't know how to make clips. But the thing is, I knew that clips had to be a bite-sized portion of your content, you know, like a sampler, like a trailer, you know, like how a pilot episode of a TV show is supposed to give you the general vibes of, hey, this is what the rest of the season's gonna look like, get interested into it, right? They kind of give you a lot of like a taste of like all the characters, their dynamic, like it raises the stakes about like, hey, this is why you should care about the characters, right? That's what a clip should be. It should be an out of context moment that is a summary of what your general content is, so that people see it, get interested, and be like, I want to see more of that. I like that 5-second, 10-second sample of your content. I like that. I want more of it, you know? And that's how they go into your stream. That's how you make good clips that translates to viewers, because the people who watch clips will be like, oh, I like that. I want more of it, you know? But if your clips are all completely contrasted with your content, right? Like if I made a whole bunch of thirst trap clips, but my content has none of the thirst traps, there's not going to be any conversion, because the people who see that will be like, I want the thirst traps, but you don't make thirst traps, so why would I watch you? You know? That's a good way to think about it. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. You know, this is why when a lot of people say like, oh, I don't have clippable moments, me included, right? They say it, but they don't understand why. I understand it because you can't clip out parts of my stream out of context and have it be representative, because it's really difficult to clip cozy horror. You can't clip cozy horror, you know? So that's why I have difficulty clipping my content, which is why the stuff that goes viral for me is like, hey, you know, we have corpse husband at home, the corpse husband at home, blah, 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 blah. You know, that kind of like, that's the kind of shit that I went viral for, because it has the broadest appeal. But does that translate to viewership at my channel? No, it doesn't, because they come for corpse husband and then they realize, oh, he's another human being with a deep voice, but he's not a corpse husband clone, you know, like, so they check out my channel and they leave. A little vertical slice of what you do. Exactly. That's how you should be looking at your clips. It's false advertisement. Yeah. Go watch all the previously on Supernatural parts of every TV show and work it like that. 100%. There you go. That's the best way to look at previously. Man. Now you guys know. You know, if you guys are streamers or content creators, how should I clip? What kind of stuff should I clip? Clip the things that are representative of you, your content, who you are authentically. Bing, bang, boom, or something. I don't know. They come for the thirst traps and get meaty horror video games. That would be nice. That would be nice. But yeah, I mean, I feel like for your content, they'd have to be like mini documentaries. I don't have time to script is the thing, though. I don't have time to script. I don't have time to edit. Like, that's way too much work for me. I don't know. Maybe once I move out and I get my own place, I can like dedicate myself to 100% content creation, get back into it. I'm realizing a lot of things I want to do. Like, I can't be loud. I can't be big, you know, because I have housemates, because I live in this place with really shitty internet, with like terrible rent, and I don't know, I feel like it is holding me back. But I'm aware that it's because of my frustrations. I don't know if it's just me or if it's the place I'm living in. I'm hoping once I move, it'll get better, and that the place I'm living in will change that up, you know, once I feel more confident to just be bigger. All this behind the scenes stuff is super interesting. I'm glad you always share these things. Yeah, of course. I won't touch content creation, even though I want to be for content creation. It feels too much. You can start easy. Do you know how you start? Comments. Go find like a Twitter thread about like the latest ARG series. Find a Reddit thread about the ARG series. Just say a few things. Like, hey, cool, I like this thing. This is how I interpret it. Let's have a discussion. And then that's you giving part of yourself out into the public. Monokodon, hello, good to see you. I am back home and realizing how much less time and freedom I had before I left. Right. Oh my God. Like when you have housemates, it doesn't matter if it's like family, if it's like just general housemates or like your neighbors or whatever. Like if their lives constantly intersect with you, it just takes time away. I'm glad you don't sugarcoat it. I know I've hit my cap, so I have nothing to lose. I've accepted that I'm not gonna have like 10,000 subs giving me money. I know I'm not gonna be like on like a giant interview like on CNN, or like I know I'm not gonna be like 1 million subs on YouTube, and like I've accepted that. So like I don't care. It's not like, oh, I have so much future potential, I need to play it safe, right? Like I know I don't have that, so whatever. Or if you're the weird one in the family, yeah, right? But it's just always the interactions. It's always the intersections. If they like, even something like, I remember watching a TikTok of this woman. She moved back in, she's like 27, I think. Well, I think she's like 29 now because the TikTok I watched like 2 years ago, right? But basically, pandemic, shenanigans, she moved back home, right? And she's like, she mentioned a comment about how she had to move back in with her family at like 27 years old. And she had a crash, almost had a crash out moment. And the crash out moment that she said, because she was in her car when she was talking about this, was, I don't realize how freeing it was to live in your own place, because living back home and moving back home with your parents means you get questioned about everything. I woke up at midnight to get a glass of water, and my mom asked me, why are you up at midnight? And I felt that so much. I felt it so much because it reminded me of the time when I used to live with my parents, and every single thing I do would be questioned. You know, why are you leaving the house? Why are you coming back so late? Why didn't you, call and text in with us? You know, why, like, what are you getting from the fridge? Like every single little thing becomes an interaction. It becomes an engagement, right? It's like a quick time battle. And like, the thing that she said, like it was just all these small little things every single time, or like, why are you wearing that? Like it's not a big deal on its own, right? Like your parents asking you, why are you getting water? Or like, why are you waking up at like midnight, right? It on its own as a single incident, not a big deal, right? You're like, oh, I'm just thirsty, I want to get some water. I'm like, okay, cool, right? But if that happens constantly, right? Like I felt that so much. And just having housemates, it like made me resonate with that, because like the housemates would look at you and be like, hey, like, so like what are you getting from the pantry, or like, did you do this, or like, how was your day, like those little interactions constantly. Do you have a boyfriend is the first question I get asked by all the family. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Mine is, when are you giving us kids? Hey Lex, it's been a while since we heard from you. Where are my grandchildren? Ha 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 ha. Oh my god. But yeah, even worse when you're the baby of the family, you're never considered as the adult. Yeah, 100%. They just skip a whole step, seriously. Bringing children into this world, right? God. Which is why I'm thinking to myself, like, maybe it's this. Maybe it's just the accumulations of all these tiny pieces of straw that is making my life really frustrating, So that if once I move to Japan, maybe it'll get better, is what I'm telling myself. Do I know if it will? No. Do I hope it will? Oh God, I hope so. But at the very least, it'll be one less stress that I won't have to deal with having housemates. Having so many housemates, actually. It's just like, maybe, I don't know. I'd point to a pet, right? It's like, hey, here's I have a turtle. You want a turtle? Here's your grandchild. I'm the fourth and last kid of my mom, forever the baby. I'm sorry, you will never break out of that shell. That dynamic is impossible to break. People will set expectations, and the you that exists in their mind is incredibly difficult to change. Like if you take anything else out from today's stream, the concept that concept of who you are versus who you are in other people's minds is incredibly difficult to change. Incredibly difficult to change, right? This goes like if you are the content creator, if you are the viewer, if you are an employee, right? Like if you're an employee and you make a mistake, not like a small minor mistake, but like a moderate, like a mid-sized mistake, right? At the work office, right? That impression of you will stick out to them for the rest of your time there at that workplace. Like if you've worked in an office space, you will know, like you may have seen new people show up to your work, right? That impression that you have of them is not going to change. It'll like, you'll massage it left and right a little bit. It'll like blur the lines a little bit, right? But the initial starting point is going to be so difficult to change, right? And like this just loops back to being a content creator, right? Like I have set myself as a particular type of persona when I first started streaming. That impression is going to be very difficult to change for everyone else. And if they don't like it, they have checked out and they don't pay attention to my streams anymore. If I try to rebrand that, it doesn't matter because they're still going to go back to their first impression of me. The me that they have in their minds will not update. There is no way for me to go in there and be like, oh, that's, Lex 1.0. This is Lex 2.0 update. Like there is no way to do that. People constantly label others. They do, but it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. It's how humans work. It is impossible for humans to be able to constantly update their mental representations of everyone they meet. So they do things called heuristics, which are just rules of thumb that your brain comes up with to make it easy to understand. That's what they do. And because of that, your persona, your branding, your identity in the content creator sphere cannot change very easily. You can't really pull off a successful rebrand in the way that you think. It's it's not that hard, or it is not that easy. Sorry. But yeah, I don't know. My mom still pushes me to get a job in this service. Even though every time we're outside, I tell her how much I hate dealing with people. It's been 15 years since I started saying that. I'm so sorry. It won't change. 15 years younger than all my cousins. They used to put me in the cousin with the kids or family dinners. Issue is they still do this while I'm like 30 now. They don't see me as one of the adults. I'm so sorry, but that mindset will never change. It will change, but it will change while they are on their deathbeds. It's just simplified to, oh, you changed. And in most cases, it has negative connotations, 100%. Always. Labeling thing is ironic. People don't like labels, but they want to label everyone. Well, I don't know if they want to label everyone. I want to categorize things because categorizing things helps me understand it, right? But I don't do it as a way to want to label everyone. I do it as a way to label things because it helps me organize things, Like, I generally group all the ASMR VTubers as like, oh, you mainly do ASMR, like that. It's easy for me to keep track of the ASMR VTubers if I know like 80% of their content is majority ASMR, right? Like, I'm not doing it to intentionally label like, oh, you're ASMR, therefore you can't do anything else. But in my mind, the label is like, oh, your predominant content is that, but the way that people use labels is not the way that I use labels. I do it because it helps me organize my thoughts and like learn and research this topic, this field, this ecosystem, right? But the way other people would use it, right? Maybe they use it as a pejorative. Maybe they use it as as like an insult or like praise, How you people use labels differs. I feel like people would always label everything. It's your own prerogative if you want to act within the label they give you. Yeah. Like, I don't care what people see me as. But like, that's me as a person. I don't care if someone wants to label me as something, because personally, I know it's not going to affect me, right? But when I'm doing this to like say like, oh, you know, I'm running a donathon so I can pay rent, right? Like if I had that kind of a pressure, then that would like obviously that would change my behavior, because I know that I would have to pander and alter my content in a way to be appealing to the people who would be able to support me financially, you know? So like, I'm aware, personally, I don't care, but brandly, I don't know what's the word for it. As an individual, I don't care. As a brand, if I want to make money, I would have to care, you know? Now, Lex is the janky ISP guy, yeah. There's my branding. Lex with a really shitty internet. But yeah. Probably one of the few things my mom respected me, that I don't want to be the medical field, even though that supposedly makes money. Oof. It's really stressful too. Really stressful. About to be rebranded in Japan. I mean, by the nature of the fact that I will physically be in Japan, I have no choice but to rebrand. The life experiences that I will have will inevitably diverge from the life experiences of my fans. Like, I can talk about how much I hate that people in America drive without using their blinkers. That's a shared experience a lot of people in America have, right? Japan, I'm not going to be driving. I'm going to be taking the subway. So I won't be able to share those similar experiences anymore. So it's a thing that I've been thinking about. I haven't really brought it up because I'm not living in Japan yet, but like, I'm aware I'm going to have to think about this, right? Like, do I want to be the out of touch content creator who people will be like, wow, Lex must be making so much money and he must be doing so well if he's moving in Japan and living it up and living in the land of anime, right? Because that's what people are going to think, right? I'm moving to Japan because rent is cheaper there than here. Like, unironically, it's cheaper for me to live there than it is for me to continue living here, right? But because of that, I know my content is going to change and I don't know how to change it. Like, do I want to end up being another one of those like, oh, hey, here's a English speaker who doesn't know Japanese beyond N5 level. Like, oh, look, let's eat onigiri. Ha ha ha. You know, like, oh, wow, look, they have vending machines. Oh, you know, do I want to be that kind of a foreigner? Like, what will my content be like once I move there and change, you know? Lex is going to stream JST schedule then. I maybe just become an Australia time streamer is the thing. Life of a lawyer living in Japan. I'm not going there as a lawyer, so I won't have legal experience in Japan. But I'll be going there for my work, and it'll be that, you know? But the experience at work it's going to change just from the nature of it all, you know? So, I don't know. Oh my god, rent is cheaper in Japan. How expensive is where you live now? $2,500 for monthly rent here. California. I love it here. And yes, this is that's for rent. Internet is 120. Power, it's been worse during the summer. Power has been worse because electricity prices have gone up. Yeah, Cali rent is batshit. It's crazy. It's insane here. I pay $1,600 in Vegas. I considered Vegas. I have a few friends who live in Vegas, and they were like, "Hey, Lex, you should move here." And I'm like, I want to, but that's still 1,600, you know, like 1,500. I couldn't find a good place in Vegas to move to, and like I would need a car. I would literally be out there in the desert, you know. For that price, you live in a noble part of Brazil. I bet you Brazil would have better internet than here. But like in Japan, I'm looking at $500, $600 for rent. It's like a studio at best. You know, it's like a single, it's the entire apartment would be the size of a regular bedroom in California, but like at least it'd be cheaper, you know. It's too out here. Hit 120. Yeah, excuse me. 120. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could live in Vegas. I have a lot of friends who live in Vegas though. I know it's also like the big thing. A 1 LDK? No, not even a 1 LDK. It's a 1K or 1 DK. It's not even a 1. I wish it wasn't a 1 LDK, but yeah. But no, I make like not that much. So like I have to stretch out as much as I can. 1,200 for a studio apartment where I live, right? That's just rent. That's the thing. Like I have to save half of my paycheck. I have to save half of my paycheck because like 30% of it goes to taxes. Like what was it? 22% of it is federal taxes, and like 15% of it is state taxes. So I have to save like half of my paycheck. And then of the half of the paycheck that I have left over, most of it goes to rent. And then what little I have left over, I afford food for myself and I buy streaming gear and equipment and stuff like that. Have you been to Vegas as a tourist though? Gone to a hotel and ate at celebrity? Yeah, I have. And that's where I got my food poisoning. That was always fun. You're still gonna have to pay U.S. taxes? I will. I will still have to pay U.S. taxes, but there is a foreign earned exchange, foreign earned income credit, I think it's called. Oh, chat, ads are gonna be playing in about a minute, so I apologize. Let me know what ads you get. But yeah, there's a foreign earned income credit where I simply need to pay Japan taxes, and if the amount of Japan taxes I pay is equal to or greater than the amount of taxes I would have paid in the States, I don't have to pay federal. I still have to pay state, but I don't have to pay federal. But federal is 22%, which is the majority of my taxes. So yeah, it's double taxation only if you make above a certain amount. And I do not make anywhere near that certain amount, sadly. But yeah. I'll let you know if I get another pull-ups or baby commercial. God, I hope not. I hope not. Please do not give me children baby commercials on my channel, because then it might think that my audience is like, ugh. I don't know. What's the phrase to describe it? Like, you have a community of people within birthing ranges, age ranges. I don't know. That sounds really creepy the way that's put it. Never mind. I went from living in a 3-bedroom house with 375 euros to almost 1,000 2 years ago. Need to move later this year, and the price of a 32M studio is what? 1,300. That's crazy. Yeah, Twitch is asking about grandchildren now too. Hey Lex, where are our grandchildren? we need. When are those grandchildren going to subscribe to a Twitch Turbo and give us money? Because the only thing that people are good for is money for corporation, because number line needs to go up. Something, I don't know. But yeah, it is what it is, Chan. It is what it is. I'm so happy my family doesn't ask me about kids. I have a feeling they think I'm a lesbian. My family has kind of given up on me. Like they still pester me about it, but they don't pester me like seriously about it, you know. Fess up, Jay. Thank you so much for the resum. 6 months, let's go. Happy Friday the 13th. Oh, it is Friday the 13th. Oh my god, I completely forgot. Friday the 13th. At least in Japan, you won't have to pretend extrovertism. Yeah, 100%. I can just do my own thing, not be bothered by people. I want to move now. I really want to move now. I bought my plane ticket. I got a really good deal, like $400. So I have the ticket now, but I don't have a place. What's the thing that's got you most excited to go to Japan? Having my own place, 100%. Not having housemates, not having nosy neighbors, not having to deal with kids outside. Like, God. An ad started with over 4 million people have been abducted by aliens, but it's just a children's movie ad. Oh man, I wish it was real. I wish aliens were real, but like not like the real aliens that we have. Like, I don't care about the bacteria. Like, it's great that there are bacteria out there. I'm so happy for them. But when I think of aliens, I don't think of aliens in like eukaryotes and prokaryotes. I don't care about those. You know, I care about like the funny green Martian men with the high-tech spacesuits that like that's what I care about. You know, when I think of alien, I want to think of that. I don't want to think about the bacteria. I love the fact that we find bacteria. I love it. I don't care about it. You know? I want food. I want their food. Give us their food. What are your snacks? Let's trade. I will give you our Takis, right? What are your snacks? Do you have sea salt and vinegar on your home planet? You know, like that's there's the cultural exchange that we need, okay? Given time to evolve, it's gonna be too late. By the time they do evolve eyeballs, you know. Coco, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Not the Takis. Takis wipes out an entire alien race. I don't know, chat. I could teach them what it's like to be a streamer on Twitch. Be like, hey, aliens, you ever heard of Twitch? Do you know VTubers? Let me tell you about VTubers. For ads, skip, Alienware, Visa, Instacart, Red Bull, Prime again. Prime, God. Dry shampoo, Mazda cart, pull-ups again. Fancy feasts, Tylenol. That's such normie selection of ads. Ugh. Snacks are the most important cultural exchange. Always bring Canadian only chocolate bars with me. God, I want to eat like maple syrup candies. Maple syrup candies kept me alive through COVID. Taco Bell, Prize Picks, Red Bull, Kit Kat, 28 years later. Okay, that's good. 28 years later movie is good. Yogurtland, Eroxon, ED treatment. Is Twitch trying to imply that I have ED? Man. Fashion store, the Navy. Navy is a very normie thing. Recession, definitely a recession indicator. The more people who are unemployed, the more the Navy and the Army will advertise. They will pay more for that because people who are unemployed have no choice to go, but they see the ad for like, hey, join the Navy, join the Army, and then they'll join up for that. Fun fact, little recession indicator for you. Their first encounter of Takis is the country where you have to import the Takis, so they decide to stay away. Got a Burger King ad. Burger King ad's a pretty decent one. Like the way you know what kind of ads they are is by like roughly estimating what the target audience is. How burnt do you like your toast? I don't like toast. I would rather go to prison than to war. Me too. At least I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay rent for prison. Prison gives me a roof over my head, 3 hot meals, a gym I don't have to pay membership for. But yeah. Why? Because bread is carbs. It's just too much carbs. I eat vegetables. Gotta get the fiber. prostate cancer is really bad, and men over the age of 35, 40, I don't know, as you get into middle age with men, you got to eat more fiber, take care of your colon and your prostate, because prostate cancer, colon cancer are really shitty. You do not want those. But yeah, sometimes I want the fluffiness of bread. I just can't justify spending money on bread for me. Like, if I want to make a sandwich, I can just make a wrap with lettuce instead. Or like cabbage. God, I love cabbage. But yeah. What's your favorite way to prepare veggies? Fresh as a salad or stir-fried? But that's because it's just super easy. What are proper grammar? I don't know. Robbing a bank as a homeless person would be good both ways, because if you get caught, you go to prison, but they give you food and shelter. But if you succeed, you also get food and shelter. It's not that robbing banks doesn't really happen in this way, or like in the way that, like, you know, the game Payday, it doesn't really happen that way anymore because so much of it is digitized. Like banks, like, yeah, banks have vaults, but the vaults don't have that much money. What is it, like 5% now? It's not like 10%. I'm right though. You're not though. You can't spend the money. Like you can't take the money that you rob from a bank and then go spend it, because it'll instantly get flagged and then you'll just be arrested there. You know, there's no place you can spend the money. Like, yeah, it's called, there's a reason why it's literally called money laundering, because you're trying to clean the money, but you can't really do that. Like, technology has gotten to the point of it being really good. Like, a lot of people still have like the mentality of like the 1970s of like, oh, we can just rob a bank, or like, oh, we can commit a crime, right? But like, surveillance technology has gotten so crazy advanced that you just really won't be able to get away with a lot of that kind of stuff anymore. But that's the thing, you know, like, media portrays it as that. So someone who's desperate enough thinks, oh, I can just go, you know, rob a bank or something. That's what they have in their minds. And then they do it and they realize, oh, we already have the technology to stop specifically that. Rob the local convenience store? No, they're just franchisees. Don't rob the local convenience store. It's literally like immigrants who are trying to build a family and a life in like whatever state that you live in, right? They're trying to build something and they're franchisees. You're not hurting the brand or the franchise. You're hurting like the individual person there, right? Like, don't rob the local convenience. They're just trying to do their own job. What kind of petty crimes can we actually get away with now? Jaywalking. For now, you can get away with jaywalking until they install those like face scanning cameras everywhere. Don't rob the little guy. Yeah, don't rob the little guy. Anyways. Jaywalking is not a crime here? Then in that case, what crime could you get away with? Really easy crime. Speeding. You can get away with speeding. You can drive 66 miles per hour in a 65 zone. Ooh, so dangerous. Living on the edge of the speeding limit. Loitering might be safe depending on where you are, but like, at least here, if you were caught loitering, they would take that as an opportunity to break your legs and then say that you were resisting. So I don't know if you would want to take that risk. My ads were boring, but a Jehovah's Witness tried to convert me at the bus stop. There's that. Oh, those folks. I thought I was murdering a family of 3, but we gotta scale down. I mean, you can be a family annihilator, just like have a family and then kill your own family. It's like 75% of family annihilators are men. You know, that you can do that. You definitely can't get away with speeding in my country. They have cameras and you get a letter in the mail. That's wild. Sus among us, I'm going to say you are not quite passing the vibe check. And it's your one and only notice because I don't have the patience. Safest crime? Gossiping? Slander? No, slander has to be a bit more. There's got to be an intentional element to it. Can't believe we're ignoring piracy. Piracy is not a crime. What does that mean? It's always morally correct. Driving 10 over is the default? Yeah, it is. It is here too. But like technically, right? But that's the thing. Like there's a reason why like the best rules, well, I wouldn't say the best, but like the most easy to enforce rules are the ones that are gray, you know? If you say like speed limit is 65 and you cannot get over that, then people will always toy around with it. They'll go up and down past it, right? But if you say things like you're like, I don't know, you don't pass you don't pass the vibe check. And if you don't pass the vibe check, I'm going to ban you, you know? Like that gray area to have a little bit of a discernment. That's why like to enforce the way that you want to, you know? That's why the easiest to enforce are those. If you pirate a Wii, force you to call 911 on the console and force you to confess. Really? A lot of laws aren't enforced here, especially traffic related ones. They don't have to. Well, they don't have to in the sense of like they don't have the manpower to, because they make money the other way. I mean, well, at least here in America, they make money the other way. They don't make money off of traffic stops. They make money off of like other shenanigans. Which is really stupid when you take everything and you're like, all right, let's make it a business, you know, it's gotta be profitable, you know, and then that's what they have to deal with. You could look what the laws in your states are silly or really old. You can't tie an alligator to a fire hydrant. What? But where will I put all my alligators? Gonna be the person that feeds you the weird fun facts? Sure, we'll take weird fun facts. I don't know, chat. I think I used up all my ranting energy. I think I've already said everything I wanted to about like content creation, shit like that. Are you planning to play more horror soon? I want to. I just don't know what. I just don't know if I have time for it. Yeah. I don't always agree to your rants, but we have different experience, and I still appreciate your views and try to learn from it. Aw, thank you. Gui, thank you for the bits. Thank you, appreciate it. You got it off your chest. I mean, like, a lot of this stuff is, like... I think about the stretches. Wow, thank you. A lot of it, for me, comes from me trying to understand the circumstances that I am in. And it's like, pace yourself, my good man. Play if you want to play, but take a break too. Don't want to spiral back into burnout. That's the thing, though. For me, if I've got to be honest, for me, this is also partly my escapism. This is also my like procrastination. Like, I am able to turn my brain off when I am streaming. You know, I don't get to sit there with alone with thoughts and constantly like review everything I've done in a negative light if I'm live and streaming, you know? It's a way for me to just vibe, dissociate. So it's easy for me to do this, you know. That's why I've been like, I've been streaming so much, or like a lot. I've been picking up my amount of streams recently because the more I do it, the less I need to think. And I know it's probably a bad thing. but it saves me from being alone with with the voices in my head, you know. Dissociating on stream is too real. It's illegal to pee on pigeons. I think it's illegal to pee on a lot of things, but I haven't double checked all the laws. You gotta cope somehow. Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I probably should vanish from the internet for like 2 months and like genuinely revisit my life and my like circumstances and my decisions. Like where is all of this going? Like I really should take the time to like genuinely reconsider that. But sadly, I'm not in like a position to like financially support that decision to do that. And the alternative then is to just flood my work schedule with this so that I don't have to deal with thinking about it all. Is crumble cookie a good snack? No, it's garbage. Don't eat crumble cookie. 980 calories for a single cookie that's pounded full of sugar. No, don't eat that. What the hell? Don't fall for the marketing. If you see influencers like peddling it, no. Don't. The more influencers you see peddling it, the worse it usually is. Daydream Duelist, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the channel badge and the emotes. I don't know, I'll think about it. Like, distant manscaping noises. I have a question if you don't mind. Do you think it's possible to grow as an indie VTuber on YouTube? As an indie VTuber on YouTube? I mean, it is, but... Okay, is it possible to grow? Yes. But you have to play the game. You have to play the game of YouTube. If you're going to go there as an indie VTuber on YouTube and all you're going to do is stream video games, no. You have to play the YouTube game. Ever since Susan stepped down from YouTube and Neil took over, Neil is changing the way that YouTube is working. He's trying to make it YouTube like TikTok and is failing absolutely miserably. But the TikTok thing is where YouTube is headed because that's how they can get more ads in front of you, you know? So you have to play the game. You have to use the platform the way that it is meant to be played. So yes, it is possible to grow as an indie VTuber on YouTube, but it is not possible to do it if you're going to act in a certain way that doesn't align with the way the platform is designed, you know? But yeah. IDK Tat, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I lost the game. Ah, shoot. I lost the game too. No. I lost the game too. But yeah. Regarding what I commented, sorry if it came out like babying you. Oh no, don't worry about it. I don't mind. It does not bother me at all. I put my phones in region to the UK so TikTok bans happens if I don't get it. That's not how it works. I'm sorry. Your iPhone region does not matter to the installation and the servers of the TikTok, actual TikTok servers. Like, I know it's a cute thought, but they track a lot more than whatever that region setting is on your phone. They track significantly more. Like, you can't be cute about it. They know your device already. What is the game of YouTube, if you don't mind me asking? It is curated, scripted videos. It has always been curated and scripted videos, and it will always continue to be curated and scripted videos. And the rule for YouTube has not changed in the last 10 years. It's been the same thing. You just do what Mr. Beast is doing. Make a catchy thumbnail, make a catchy video, do something really stupid that acts like a TV show, and that's how you pop off on YouTube. This is why random VODs of VTubers does not pop up on your recommendeds unless you actively follow them, unless you actively watch them. For most of the normies, it doesn't show up there. But the entire game is 90% of your traffic, sorry, not 90, like 80% of your traffic, 80% of your traffic, the majority, the overwhelming majority, will come from the front page, homepage, which means most viewers will go to youtube.com, and then they will get a selection of like the top 8 videos, and then they will make a selection from those. That's it. It is just that. That's where most of your viewers will come from. ProZD mentioned this, where he had been making videos for over a decade on YouTube, and his videos live and die whether or not they show up on the homepage. And if the video does not catch the algorithm and show up on the homepage for people when they log in, then he doesn't get money for that video because people don't find it. The number of people who will watch your videos from subscribers or notifications pales in comparison to the number of viewers that will find you from the homepage, even if they already are subbed. Oh yeah, been that way since PewDiePie played Happy Wheels and Amnesia. Yep. They found out that it worked, and they found out that's a really great way to put a lot of ads in front of viewers, so it reinforced it so that the algorithm pushed that kind of content out there. So yes, you have to play the YouTube game. Sad thing is I sometimes I can't even see the people I follow on the YouTube homepage. Yeah. Because YouTube doesn't care about your experience. YouTube cares about keeping you on their site for as long as possible to expose you to more ads. Is that why clips don't really do that much for most VTubers? It depends on what you mean by what do you mean when you say clips do well or like don't do much? Like, what do you mean by that? Because it depends. Like, clip channels do very well, but they don't do well in terms of like conversion to viewership for your Twitch streams. Hey Sus, you know that warning? I'm gonna go ahead and time you out. You're getting lol random holds up spork too much, and we don't want that here. All I want is a chronological sub feed that shows me everything people I follow, post, social media platforms, please. They can't do that though, because the thing is, if you only show up for what you want, you have the problem as Twitch has. It's the same problem that Twitch has, and that's not what they want. Like, the CEO of Twitch has gone on record, has shown up in interviews to say, yeah, so the majority of our viewers show up on Twitch, they watch 1 or 2 streamers that they really like, and then they leave Twitch. And he has admitted, if you want to grow on Twitch, you have to build your following outside of Twitch, on YouTube Shorts, on TikTok, on Twitter, on other platforms. You have to do that in order to grow on Twitch, because they don't care to market you while you're live on Twitch. And YouTube doesn't want that. Twitter doesn't want that. You know, the idea is the longer you stay on Twitter, the more you scroll, the more ads you are exposed to, the more partnership brand deals you're exposed to, right? And the more, like, you know, a company A wants to pay Twitch, like, hey, you know, like, we'll pay you $10,000 to put our ads in front of 150,000 people, you know, and with a conversion rate of like 5%. Actually, that's huge. Conversion rate of like 0.5%, you know? And then Twitter will be like, all right, cool, we'll expose your ads to 150,000 people. But in order to be able to expose 150,000 people to that ad, you have to keep them on the platform scrolling, right? If you show up, see what you want, and then leave, well, they're not sticking around to be exposed to the ads. So as a small creator, I think shorts are the highest viewership thing going for me in terms of discoverability. Yes, shorts are always good. I don't know the impact as a whole though. It will be minor, but it will be a good way to get your stuff out there. And the best thing is, don't look at shorts as this is going to get new viewers to my stream. Treat it as like a way to reinforce. Think of it as like car advertisements, you know? Car advertisements are not there for more people to buy cars. car advertisements are there for the people who have purchased that car to avoid buyer's remorse. You know? And that way they can be like, oh yeah, that's the product I bought, or like, oh yeah, that's the streamer I watch. You know, treat your shorts that way, right? Will it expose you to new people? Yes, of course, you know, but it's also for people in your community, in your viewers, to be like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember the fun time I had with that. Like revisit those emotional moments of like, oh yeah, I remember being on stream, or maybe they're in your community, but they didn't get to see that. And like, whoa, I missed a stream where that cool thing happened. I better go check them out next time. You know, like that's the kind of effect you want. There's multifaceted effects to a Twitch, you know, how it impacts a new viewer, someone who's never seen you before, how it impacts current viewers, how it impacts like the people active in your community and so on, right? But yeah, treat your shorts as a reminder. Exactly. I hate that all the best places to do stuff like creative wise is just stink, but everything else isn't worth doing. Yeah, but like that's part of capitalism. Like this is a really high level. You zoom out, see the big picture, right? The reason is it works. It makes money for the company. And because it makes money for the company, they're going to keep reinforcing that particular behavior that makes money. On Twitch, it's game streams, it's chatting streams, it's React content. You know, like that makes money for them. So they encourage and will boost that kind of content. As someone who now rarely gets time to watch streams, I appreciate clips of the streamers I miss out on. Yeah, definitely. I don't have a way to like follow up with all the people that I used to watch as well. I generally resort to clips and highlights and stuff like that myself. Less of a hey, check out my stream, and more of a hey, please stick around. Yep. I was told that the whole point of ads wasn't to push sales, but to push the brand, make your company known, so that when people need example tissues, you automatically think, oh, I need some Kleenex. Yeah, exactly. None. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Please take care. So yeah, I mean, like, it's the reason why, like, you know the whole, like, no publicity is bad publicity thing? As a general rule of thumb, it's true, because controversy sells, drama sells. The same way that sex and violence sell, it sells. It gets people's attention. You know, it's a very cheap way to get attention, but it does get attention, you know? And the more your name is out there, as long as you keep creating, people will use it as a way to get their brand out. If you're doing it just for the drama and there's no content to be consumed, people will dismiss you. You know, you just become a V-tweeter who just generates a whole bunch of drama, right? But if you're a streamer, you actively or like a YouTuber who actively makes videos, right? It's still gonna push your brand, you know? And like, the big thing is I hate to say this, but like, one of the big things that it does is it helps reinforce communities in like if drama does take place, if like, you know, a Google Docie is dropped, right? It reinforces the lines of like, oh, here is the line of like, oh, the true believers versus everyone else. It reinforces that us versus them mentality, you know? So if you have a big audience already, there's gonna be a percentage of that that's gonna be like, no, I am diehard committed to this one content creator and I'm gonna stick with it no matter what. And you are wrong. And that drama, the lines being drawn in the sand, just reinforces that kind of behavior, you know? So it takes what already is a very big core, or not big, but like it strengthens what is already a tightly knit core community into something even more so, you know? Hello, Neko, welcome. It creates a weird cult environment. Yeah. Confirmation bias. Yeah. Yep. You know, like, oh, you're like, I must defend my Oshi and protect their honor because this, that, whatever, right? Yeah. the amount of streamers who've done weird shit emerged with this ironclad, almost cult-like fan base would be a testament to that point. It is just a thing that happens. I don't know how. I don't know why. I wish I could like pick apart the brains. Like what I want to do is I want to take every single one of the followers' brains, right? And then blend it together in a literal blender, right? And then distribute the neurons out on a big sheet of paper and be like, all right, where are the similarities? Where is the general like cluster of neurons that make them act this way? You know? Is there a brain though? Yes, there is a brain. It's wired differently, but yes, there is a brain. We can't dismiss them so easily by just, you know, being like, haha, like, do you even have a brain cell? You know, because that only serves to reinforce that kind of behavior, because they're like, oh, see how they treat us. Look at how they treat us in a core group, right? You know, like it just reinforces that us versus them mentality. You'd be like, oh, look how they're condescending to us, that kind of idea. So you gotta be careful about that. I think a blender might not be so great for the integrity of the neurons. I don't know. The blender part is just to stop them, right? Everything else is about studying them, right? The blender part is just to stop. Just be like, okay, cease, you know? The in-group bias, confirmation bias is only for favoring your beliefs. In-group bias is supporting someone because you're part of the group. Yeah, that one. I mean, like a lot of religions do that too. A lot of cults do that too, where they're like, oh, you have to listen to the cults because the people outside won't trust you. They'll hate you. They'll oppress you. They'll be mean to you. That's why you have to listen to the cult leader, because only they really care about you, right? And then if you go out and you're like if you want to see the truth, go out and try to talk to the people outside of our group, right? And then they go and then they're like, hey, you know, have you heard about the flat earth theory or whatever? And then someone's like, no, you're stupid. Who thinks about the flat earth theory, right? And they'd be like, how dare you call me stupid, right? And then you run back and you're like, yeah, the people, they won't listen to me. They called me stupid. They called all of these people stupid too. Like all my friends, all my family, the people that I've like become close with, they called all of us stupid, right? And then that just reinforces the people in charge, like, yeah, see, listen to what I said. They're gonna hate you. They're gonna shun you, and that just reinforces the cycle over and over again. You know. Sorry, that was a little squeeze bottle that I clicked. But humans, people, brains, I don't know. It's really cool. It's fun to think about. It's fun to study, but if I had less standards, if I had less morals. More fun facts? Please no. Cults are so scary but fascinating to study. Using psychology, planting seeds of doubt strategically is such a manipulative way to make someone trust you more. Yeah. It's really cool though. It's really cool. I'm so curious. Like I know there's the whole thing about like I'm pouring myself some water. It's from a dispenser. I know there's the whole like, oh, cults take advantage of people who are in vulnerable states and vulnerable situations and then abuse emotionally their vulnerable state to make them fall for the cult or whatever, right? But like, what about the people who aren't? You know, the people who aren't in the vulnerable state but still fall for the cults anyway. You know, the people who have college degrees. Or the people who, like, I don't know, they own a business. Actually, business doesn't correlate to like intelligence, so I don't know. Like I've seen doctors fall for misinformation, you know, and then they'll peddle like really bad stuff because they fall into the cults. Brains are really interesting. Like, how can you be punctured in a certain part of your brain and not immediately die? Right? Brains are weird. Should bagels be whole or cut? Like, it depends. Are you eating them? Hardest part about content creation is indecision, overthinking, and if you're self-conscious, the confirmation bias of your shortcomings. I have to deal with that every single day. Hell yeah. It's fantastic. It's really bad. This is why I stream a lot. I stream a lot because the more I stream, the less I have to think. Oh yeah. Doomsday cults, you think that everyone will hold a cult leader accountable for lying about a specific date, but no, they actually double down and spiral further into the cult. It's really cool. It is. It really is. The thing is like, Scientology. It's how Scientology works. You invest so much of your finances into Scientology to climb the ranks of Scientology that by the time you have spent $150,000 to get to like level 5, 7, I don't know what the hell it is, right? But like you've invested so much of your money to realize that it's all a sham, and you've made that such a big part of your life. Do you go back on it? You've made it so much a part of your personality, you know? There it is, sunk cost fallacy, exactly. You have to admit that like the last several years of your life have effectively been wasted, that the money is gone, you'll never get it back. And all of it was for nothing. You fell for a scam. And for people, humans generally, it's a lot easier to continue the delusion than to accept that you are wrong. And that's just humans, you know? It's just how it goes. What's your normal Starbucks order? I don't drink from Starbucks. 1, because there's a boycott, and 2, because Starbucks is disgusting. That's why they say Delulu is a Solulu. Yeah! Delulu is a Solulu. People who fall into it double down. Yeah, there's been a lot of studies about this for humans, where if you have two people with not even strong beliefs, but like moderately strong beliefs, like just like not self-developed beliefs, but beliefs that are copied from other people, those people, if you prove them wrong, they are more likely to double down on it, as opposed to being all like, oh yeah, you know, thank you for the updated information, I didn't think of it that way, let me change my mentality, you know? Because for those people, life is black and white. Once you have an opinion, that opinion must be the same thing no matter what happens, and you can never update that information ever again, you know? I don't want to give up creating, but I know that on all of reality, I'm seeing time I could use to do something else. Sunk cost fallacy sucks. It's the reason why I played League. I would say, if you want to create for yourself. Thanks for stopping by, Iris. Have a good lurk. Gui, thanks for stopping by as well. Have a good day at work. I would say, if you want to create for yourself. Don't create for money, don't create to grow, don't create for anything. You at its core, you just gotta do the things that you want to do the way you want to do them, or else it's not going to be sustainable for you. Unless, of course, you are the type of person where you can put on a mask and just act for a few hours, you know? Like, I could probably stream like 2 hours a day, like twice a week, and just act a character. I could be like, hey, Discord kitten, daddy's home. Like, I could probably do that for like 2 hours a day, like 4 hours a week, maybe. I could probably do that. Acting, yeah. But like, long term, is it gonna make me happy? Probably not. I wish more people would think with a more nuanced way and sit with the fact that life isn't always clean cut or sometimes gray. They can't, though. They weren't taught that. They weren't taught that. Because it's not a thing that's learned, is the thing. You have to teach yourself that. You have to teach yourself that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to have information, receive new information, and then change your beliefs based on updated information. You know? But that's something that's kind of pounded out of you because of the way that kids socialize, because of the way that kids are taught, because of the way that general hello princess, yeah, that kind of shit, right? Like, for example, there's a reason why so much of Gen Z right now is becoming like hyper alt-right puritanical conservative stuff. And the reason is because online, they don't want to be seen as cringe. And in order to not be seen as cringe, they have to conform. And in order to conform, they have to follow the rules that are set out by them, which is like the trad wife, trad husband type shit. You know? Because being called cringe is a massive thing. It's something that they actively avoid doing, you know? But how would you objectively compare someone when humans are so different, right? You give them an unattainable standard to compare themselves to. And then they police themselves, you know? How did the trad life get so idealized? They don't want to be cringed. They don't know how to think on their own. They can't make a mistake, because when they make a mistake, they're called cringe, they're called mid, they're called chopped. You know, you try a weird hairstyle and people don't like it, you're chopped, right? And then you lose social cred with the gang, with the fam, or whatever the hell it is, right? But like, so much of your socialization is quantified now. The number of likes, the number of retweets, how many people you have on your followers, right? Like that kind of shit. So there's a number that you can see, right? Like that says like, oh, someone has more followers than me, so they must be a better person, right? Because they're not taught that it's okay to just be a person. It's okay to be an individual. It's okay to be you, right? Because who really knows who they are when you're a teenager, right? When you're going through high school, do you know who you are as a high schooler? No, I have absolutely no idea. You are gorgeous. Thank you. You're going to get over that in a few minutes. I'm sorry. But yeah, Black Mirror episode IRL, it is. But that's the thing, like, you're not sure if who you are as a person is gonna do well. It's gonna make the good numbers, right? Because you haven't developed that kind of stuff. So what do people do? They just copy. They fall in line. They conform. I'm still figuring out who I am. You know, I have a big list of what I don't like. I have a small list of what I do like. You know, oddly enough, I feel like lots of people call trad videos cringe, though. That's because you are in I wouldn't go as far as to say echo chamber, but because of the way the algorithm works, you will be given content from people who align with your worldview. And this is the problem that like Reddit had during the election time, because everyone, like not everyone, like a majority of Reddit is like very left-leaning. So there was a whole bunch of like, oh yeah, there's no way that Biden's gonna lose, you know, 4 years ago, whatever. Like there's no way, you know, like obviously like Harris is gonna take over. It's gonna be great, right? Because they built in themselves into an echo chamber, you know. Yeah, in your own little bubble is the thing. Social media designed to create an echo chamber. Yep, all the algorithm is, right? So you will see a lot of people, or sorry, if you do see a lot of people commenting on how the trad life stuff is cringe, that's because the algorithm has sorted you into that group that would call that cringe. If you were on the other side and the algorithm was pushing you the other direction, the only thing you would get is a whole bunch of videos just exalting the joys and the glory of the trad life. And you'd be like, yeah, that's so cool. I want to wear the exact same clothes, put the exact same hairstyle with the exact same makeup, and cook the exact same foods the same way that everyone else is, to try to live this idealized life that cannot be attained unless you're, you know, mega wealthy. If you want something scary, make a fresh TikTok account and then scroll through it. But intentionally try to stick around on TikToks that lean in the opposite direction you do politically. You don't have to watch it all. You just need to stay on the TikTok for a little, scroll a little slower, right? And then just see how fast that slope takes you down the pipeline. It is horrifically fast. You will be sent into the manoscape, the manosphere kind of bullshit, right? Within like 15, 20 scrolls. It is horrifically fast. But yeah, there's a lot of pipelines. Yep. It's the algorithm. It's gotten to the point where you just can't control it, you know? And if you're not aware, you see that For You page, right? Oh, these must be for me. The algorithm has determined that these are for me, for myself, me as an individual, right? So these must be right. They have to be right. You know? That's what's gonna be. That's what's dangerous. That's what's always dangerous. But the thing is, I say this because I am fortunate enough to have been a millennial. As in, I've grown up when computers weren't this good. When algorithms were just starting to kick in, so that I could see what it was like before and what it's like afterwards, right? If you were born into this, this is all you know. It's how it's always been. Think about that. That's scary. The algorithm has always filtered you into the places that you, air quotes, belong to, unquote. Is this why young men get into the alt-right pipeline as soon as they have their own phone? Yep. Yep. We grew up without an algorithm, which is such a blessing. Yeah. But that's why it gives us this ability to be able to step back and see, like, okay, I can see what's going on. Do I have control over it? No. Sadly, no. No one has control of it. Not even YouTube knows how their algorithm works. Like, you can go ask someone who works at YouTube, who works directly with the team developing the algorithm. They would not be able to answer exactly how it works because they don't know themselves, right? Same thing with Twitter. Same thing with TikTok, right? Like, there's a whole team on there. They're each working on their own small part, and that whole small part becomes part of a giant monster of an algorithm that just does things. And the thing that it does very well, you know? You know, it suddenly makes sense how we ended up in the more toxic side of the internet in the past. It's scary. It's scary. Basically, the algorithm has a mind of its own. I wouldn't go far as to say it has a mind of its own, but it has a set of rules that it will always follow, with the recognition that the end goal of the rules is more engagement. It doesn't mean it's good for you. It doesn't mean it's bad for you. It's just, it wants to get more engagement out of you. That's the thing. It is designed to get engagement, because at the end of the day, more engagement means more money for the company. Their pipelines to trad stuff, even left-leaning spaces, like the divine feminine. That I've seen that shit. Yeah. Yep. I've seen that shit too. That's why it's hard to correct your algo when it gets disturbed. Yeah. It's always trying to filter you into places with more engagement. Honestly, being born in the middle of it, being young enough to be influenced but old enough to notice that there's nothing you can do about it. It's hard. It's hard. Like, for me, there'll be times when I'll be like kind of just doom scrolling, and I'll recognize, like, after a while, I'll be like, wait a minute, the past like 4 or 5 TikToks that I watched is like the beginnings of the slope, and then I'm aware enough to catch it and stop it. But if you're not paying attention, you know, it's very easy to slip down that slide. I feel it's fairly easy to train the algorithm on some sites. My TikTok is called Cats and Crows. Yes, if you are going out of your way for that. You know, that's the thing. You have to know what you want to get in order to curate your algorithm. Most people don't know what they want. And because they don't know what they want, they just are passively consuming the content. And that is when they fall down those pipelines, because the algorithm is like, all right, let's just keep feeding them this thing and feed them this, feed them that, feed them this. Oh, wait, this video I fed them made them angry. They commented, they hit thumbs down on a comment. They block the person. Ooh, there's engagement. Let me give them some more of that. Let me get some more engagement. Oh, now they're commenting multiple times. They're replying to each other in the comment thread, in the chain. Ooh, right? Like, that's how quickly it can go if you're not actively curating the things you want. You know, if you're passive consumer, which most people are, that's how fast it can go down. But yeah, that's where the term doom scrolling. No, doom scrolling actually came from the the idea that you are scrolling through walls and pages of just nothing but doom, and like you're just like affecting yourself negatively by just exposing yourself to the constant barrage of, oh, bad news here, bad news there, bad news over here. Blocking counts as well? It does. It's still engagement. It's all engagement. How do you get this nice voice of yours? Voice changer. I don't know if it's an Insta's algorithm or in general, but when I try to train it, it always sneaks in a post that's out of place. It frustrates me. I make use of the hide this button, but I cannot make the perfect algorithm. Yeah. Because they don't want you. They sneak that in there. Okay. I don't know exclusively if this is like someone had gone out there with the intention of, oh, let's do this. Let's make this a thing, right? But I personally believe it's there for you to engage with. You know, even if it's just to block or to hide, right? It's a way for them to verify that you are still there as a person watching your screen and not just like idly scrolling through it on the side of on your desk, right? Just like mindlessly flipping through stuff with your finger, right? It's there to like make sure, like, are you really paying attention, or is there human eyes on it? You know, I think that's why. Do I have proof that's exactly the explicit reason and not just maybe the algorithm hiccuping here or there? No. But, yeah, my personal cynical opinion about that. That's why blocking does not work. For some, like TikTok, I've blocked so many people. They still show up. On Twitter, I block people because I don't want to see their tweets. At least it works in that way. I know blocking no longer prevents them from seeing mine. I don't care. That's their bullshit. It's not my bullshit. For me, I block them so I don't see them anymore. And that is peace of mind for myself. But yeah. Somehow my Twitter and TikTok algos are great for the most part, but my Blue Sky and Insta is in the gutter. I think Blue Sky just really needs to work on their algorithm because right now it's just nonstop circle jerking. And Insta has always been garbage. So if you're not a business with a social media manager posting 7 times a day, 3 reels, 4 posts, and replying on comments, if you're not that, then it doesn't work for you. So Insta's always been garbage. Blue Sky's millennial Twitter, but in a bad way. It feels a lot more like a worse version of Tumblr, where people are more empowered to just be obnoxious because they feel that they are in a safer environment for not having the rest of the Twitter population on there, you know? Like, oh, this is a safe space for me to just be obnoxious. Am I going to contribute? No. I just want to talk about how we are not as bad as the other place. But yeah. Ads are playing, but I'm going to snooze them real quick. It's too late to go back to Tumblr. I want to enjoy art from fandoms I enjoy. Oh, man. I don't think we'll ever get that back again. That kind of open internet. I don't think it exists anymore. I don't know, Chad. We're not like the other posters, then they come back on Twitter when there's a big drama like happened last week. That's the thing. You can't quit Twitter. You can't quit Facebook. You can't quit YouTube. Like, it's gotten to the point where the internet is stagnating, and it's gonna stagnate because what works, works. And what works, the big people don't want to change. You know? I miss Multiply in MySpace. Bring back web rings. Guy online is still up. There might be hope there. Man. I quit Facebook back in 2016. Good luck getting the normies to quit. If you can't get the normies to move out of there, it won't move. But yeah. I lost my email account. My old email account was on Yahoo. I lost that a long time ago. So there's no way for me to log back into any of my old stuff. My Neopets, my original Neopet stuff, it's gone. I'm never going to get back into that, but... I saw a video yesterday about like calling you out on your sexuality based on what Neopets used to have. And they're like, if you had an Aisha, you were bi. And I was like, damn it. They clocked me. They clocked me so hard. Called out, seriously. They had a whole list of like, oh, if you like these Neopets, if these were your main Neopets, then this is that. But like that one's like 100% accurate. As an artist, poet, live singer, I hate being forced to engage with Instagram, and I hate it. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's rough out there, Chad. It's rough. Why did they put posts from other apps into ones? I was on Facebook and it gave me an Instagram reel when I asked to open Instagram to watch it. Oh, Meta owns both Facebook and Instagram. And they also own Threads, which is why if you browse on Instagram, Meta owns Threads as well. So you will see thread posts. Oh yeah, that's why. Kind of sad I'm young enough to miss the Neopets, but at least I was able to get into Club Penguin. I've never used Club Penguin. I think it's mixing with Threads. Yeah, I never use Threads. It seems weird to me. But I don't know. You sound like those YouTubers who uncovers dark web sort of stuff. That'd be nice. I don't have time for it, but man, that sounds like a lot of fun. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Internet's like 8 spiderwebs tangled into each other. It's a mess. Good God. It's incestuous. That's how I describe it. I describe the internet right now as incestuous because it's just a tweet goes viral, it gets posted to Reddit, and then Reddit takes a screenshot, and then it goes to Tumblr, and then Tumblr comments on it, and then those comments are sent over to Twitter back again, and then some YouTuber is like, here are the top 10 tweets of today, and then it's like a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot, you know, like that kind of shit. That's why I say it's really incestuous. Alex Partain barely sociable collab with... Nah. I, alas, do not have the time to do the proper research. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you when Club Penguin was around? I don't remember when Club Penguin was around. I'm 35, if that helps, like, the rough age, but... I don't know. Every Reddit post is a repost on Twitter. Yeah, exactly. Club Penguin was 2005, 2017. Oh no, I was in college back then. I thought you were 27. 27. Thank you. College, pardon? Yeah. He's 80. I might as well be. I'm 80 for like a VTuber. You were in college when I was in kindergarten? Crazy, right? You're the same age as my professors in uni. Oh my god. The hell am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life? Professors in university, and I'm just some anime dude on Twitch. What is my life, chat? What is my life? Oh no, maybe I do need to get like a break. I gotta figure out what my life is. To be fair, one of them taught this cultural significance of memes. That'd be so cool. I know there's a professor out there who talks about emoji law. Coolest shit I've ever seen. Coolest shit. I kid you not. It was emoji law. I saw the paper online about it. It was like, what? There's law about emojis? Crazy. What's emoji law? Okay, so this is a fun thing, okay? Contracts, right? If someone's like, hey, you enter into a contract with like let me build your garage for you, right? And then someone's like, hey, the parts of the garage are going to be this, contracting cost is going to be that. So the whole total bill is going to come out to $35,000, right? And then you send a sunglass smiley emoji with thumbs up. Does that count as assent to enter into the contract? Or is that like a, hey, thanks for the information, I'm going to go ahead and consider that? Like, what does that emoji mean, right? You know, like that kind of stuff, like, because you're not using words, right? But if they saw the little sunglass emoji smiling, they're like, all right, cool, well, I guess it's that, right? And then the contractor goes ahead and buys all this stuff, getting ready to build that garage for you or the shed for you, right? And then the person's like, wait, no, I don't actually want that to build. I just sent the sunglass emoji because, like, I saw that as a quote. I thought there was like an estimate. You weren't going to start immediately afterwards, right? Like you get into that kind of fight, like yeah, is that emoji legally binding, right? As we get more and more emojis into our daily conversation, right? Like, is a thumbs up good enough to say yes? You know, is that enough to say a contract has been formed, or is that not enough, right? Or like, what does it mean when you tweet out bag emoji, money with wings emoji, right? Because like people see that and be like, oh, I'm losing money, right? Like that's probably a bad deal. Like, no, don't enter into that deal because that's going to be losing money. Like, what does that mean, right? Like, that was the coolest shit ever. I wish I had that professor. I wonder what, like, I feel like you got to be a certain level of really cool in order to be the type of professor to write a paper about emoji law. I wish I had that professor. God. But like, I don't want to enroll in that school. I just want to, like, can I just like sit in your class only? Because I don't care about the other professors in your school. This one professor, I want to audit that one professor school class, you know? Goldman, there we go. Yeah, 2018. It's so cool. It's so cool. But yeah, man, emoji law of all the things. I would love to just sit in class and listen. Yeah, I miss that. I miss it so much. I used to take my X to my classes, and some of you feel like you just walk in. I don't think you can do that with law schools. At least not my law school. You couldn't just walk in. You had to like check in every single day, you know? Excuse me. Stole money from my colleague because when I was studying graphic design between periods, I actually sneaked into fashion classes. Oh, how dare you? How dare you steal education? Oh my God. You're taking, do you know how much the class cost? It costs like $500 per unit. A 4-unit class is $2,000. You're stealing so much. How dare you? God, I wish. If I was nearby any universities and they had the ability to audit like the public, God, I would love that. My brain, I feel so stupid right now because I've not gone to a class and like not utilized my brain in such a long time. I feel stupid is the thing. But I don't know. You could do that in uni, Europe. And Europe, God, I've never been to Europe before. I want to go visit Europe. You wouldn't download a class. I know like MIT has a few lectures online, but not all the subjects like are interesting to me. You know, like I don't care about math. I don't care about programming. I love like astronomy. Astronomy is great, you know? I love about like listening to stuff about like literature, philosophy, like those are really cool. Return for the brain gains. I already have so much student loan debt that I can't afford to go to school again. Question, do you remember having to handwrite? or remember how to write. Yes, I still take all notes by hand. I don't type. I cannot. My like memory doesn't work when I type up notes. I have to handwrite everything. So I'm still really old school like that. Can you write in cursive? I can. Yeah. Bro, they brought back Blue Books. They did. Because of so many people cheating with ChatGPT, they brought back Blue Books. Now you have to write your answers instead of typing them. That's hilarious. I love that. I love it for them. Get good with writing with your hands again. Still Wakes the Deep has another entry release. I know, I saw that. I woke up today and I was like, oh shit, no way. Because I played, we finished Still Wakes the Deep on Sunday. And I was like, I finally got to play this game that came out a year ago. And now they're just coming out with a new chapter. What the hell? Hell yeah. Binge art fundamentals on YouTube and start selling commission to furries. I have bad news for you. Recession indicator. Furries are not commissioning as much art anymore. In the past 4 months, furries have dropped down the number of art commissions. When the furries are commissioning less and less art, something is going wrong. But yeah. Okay, that's a joke. That's a joke. Okay. The real reason why is a lot of furries work in tech, right? Because of tech layoffs, there's less employed furries out there, and the big money from tech is kind of drying up. That's why it's happening. It's not a recession indicator. It's just tech layoffs. A lot of people who work in tech are furries, and using the big salaries and paychecks they get from tech, they spend on commissions, right? But due to the tech layoffs, there are less of them commissioning more and more art pieces. That's why it's going. The recession indicator thing is a joke, though. It's so sad. I don't know what's safe anymore. Entry-level white-collar jobs are being taken by AI. And then tech is dying. Tech is imploding. Like, where do you go now? What's safe anymore? STEM? Yeah, STEM is down as well. STEM's been down for like the last decade. But yeah, it blew my mind when like, what was it, like 30%? 25-30% of like people in tech were furries. I was like, damn, shit, let's go. Hell yeah. Pharma and biotech, I'm already in student loans. I can't go get more like med loans. What the hell? Pharma and biotech, God. I would be really good at pharma and biotech, but no, that would mean that I put my life on pause for like another 7 years before I can actually get a job. That's the thing. You don't need a degree in it. Our mutual IRL asked me for a job and he got an interview. What? He just got an interview like that? I didn't know the dude didn't pass the bar exam. Wait, what? Oh shit. Well, no, here's the thing. I don't blame people. Okay, I don't blame people for not passing the bar exam nowadays in the last 5 years because they screwed up the bar exam so much. Like, I went through the changes in the bar exam. I dealt with the bullshit bar exam during the pandemic, so I know how much bullshit it was. But man, I think Kim K failed it. Kim Kardashian was not studying seriously. I hate to say this, but a lot of it was for PR. She was going through a alternative education program with a mentorship, not the actual coursework. Okay, isn't the bar harder in some states than others? It's harder in California and New York because they are fancy, they are special, they want to be special. But I passed the California bar exam. If I only kept drawing wolves and horses, I'd be rolling in furry STEM money. God, I wish. I'm kind of freaky in the sense that I know what makes for good fetish art because I have really good taste in fetish art and I know what's good about it. So like, if I were an artist, if I didn't stop drawing in college, you know, man, you would see my name and you'd be like, oh shit, is that Lex? The artist? The furry artist? He drew what? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What makes good fet art? For me, it is the evocation of sensations, right? It's the evocation of sensation. Like, the art that you draw has to evoke a feeling, a tactile sensation that you are seeking for. You know? Like, this is the reason why X-ray is so big, but you have to do X-ray right. It's not just a sight. It's a visual representation of what that sensation means to you. You know, that sense of being, well, I can't say the descriptions on Twitch because I don't get bonked by Twitch, you know, but like, you need to be able to evoke a emotional response based on that. You know, that's what you gotta do it. It's the implication of erotic and not explicit. Exactly. But yeah, this makes sense now that I think about it. Yeah. You know, this is why like smut, written smut is so good, because as you read it, it doesn't have to tell you everything, right? It just needs to evoke the feeling so that your brain fills it up and be like, so like, this is what I imagine that sensation to be like. This is what I imagine, like, what that soft touch is going to be like, right? Like, your brain fills in those sensations for you, right? Your art needs to also evoke those kinds of sensations. You do it through visuals instead of text, right? And that's what you got to do. But like, I know what makes good. I know what's good because I know I have very high taste for, like, high standards and taste for myself, you know? Spicy art's hard. Drawing bodies is hard. No, drawing the thing together is so much harder. Benefit is once you draw like the mannequins hanky-pankying enough times, everything else becomes super easy. Or so I've been told. Or so I have been told, okay? Just say that he's a fet connoisseur. I have standards, okay? This is why AI porn does nothing. I get actively repulsed by it because it doesn't have soul to it. It doesn't have like the truth of the matter behind it, you know? I hate it. There's so much AI porn out there. It's so annoying. Yeah, there's no love, no flavor, right? There's nothing to savor. Exactly. Also, chat, ads are going to play. I used up all my pauses. I'm sorry. Except drawing clothes is still hard to draw. Just don't draw clothes. Easy peasy. Boom, there you go. do the Superman thing. Everyone's wearing tights. Skin tight clothing. Boom. Look down your nose on it. It's like AI porn, pathetic. You know. Oh no. Okay, chat. Ads are gonna be playing in about 10 seconds. I'm so sorry. I was gonna think about just sending you guys off, but I didn't want to cut off the previous conversation. So I like the topic. The topic was fun. Yeah. Let me know what ads you get. Let me know what ads you get. My BFF is a spicy artist and I have nothing but respect for the anatomy grind because I see her suffering. If I could, I would, but I know sadly it is not viable for me, you know? The older I get, the more I realize that my time is limited because so much of my time is just spent recovering. Like, you know the whole like, oh, when you were younger, like the weekend was like, oh, there's a whole bunch of weekend, right? Like for me, the weekend is now like Friday. That's it. Because I have to recover from whatever shenanigans I do on Friday, on Saturday, and then on Sunday after recovery, it's like errands and grocery shopping, and like I gotta do my laundry, like, you know, like more obligations and stuff just pile on, right? So like I have less time. I don't mean I have less time as in like I'm gonna die soon. I have just less time because more things pile on that I gotta finish, you know? Yeah, exactly. 2 days isn't longer enough. So like, I know the time is limited, which is why I've been taking voice acting lessons and courses and workshops instead of art. Yes, I know it's never too late to start. Yes, I know I could pick up the pen again and start drawing again. And yes, I know, but I am aware that the amount of time it's going to take for me to get back on the wagon for art is significantly more than me simply staying on the wagon for things like voice acting. You know, I already have experience with voice acting. I might as well push harder in that direction, you know? So like, I'm not saying I can't ever do art, or I can't ever write things, or I can't ever like, you know, play the piano again or whatever, right? I just know comparatively, when I look at the limited amount of time I have, it's gonna be better for me in the long run to focus on one thing. And that for me right now is voice acting. But yeah. When you're trying to draw spicy art, it's not even titillating. You're just pulling your hair out, drawing the same curve 80 times. Exactly. You play the piano? I used to play the piano. I used to. Can't wait to see you voicing Genshin characters. God, I wish. I don't have the experience for it. So I need to get an agency. I gotta find an agency that will accept me, but I don't even know how to find an agency is the thing. Gotta know where to put your skill points. Yeah. Lex Airport announcements. God, that'd be so nice. Man. But yeah, that's basically where I am right now, you know. But alas, chat. I don't know. Maybe at some point I will rebrand. Maybe at some point I'll be like, you know what? Let's do the sellout thing. But I don't know. My problem right now is that it's too easy for me to be content and complacent. You know, it's too easy for me to be content and complacent. Where like, if my bare minimum needs are met, I'm like, okay, we're good. We don't have to go more than that. And I know that's such a bad mindset and mentality to have. Rebrand, I don't know. Furry? God, I probably could be furry, but I'm not. I probably could be a furry, but I don't know if I could pull off authentic furry, because I am a tourist in the furry community. I used to be a brony, but like only as like I had a favorite pony, but like I never really integrated myself into the community. So like I wouldn't know how to be a furry is the thing, you know? Like, I used to watch the show because I thought it was cool. Who's your favorite pony? Sunset Shimmer. But like, you know, like it's hard for me to say that I'm a furry because I don't know the language, I don't know the community, I don't know the history, the people, the norms, what is and is not okay to do there, you know, like that kind of stuff. I don't have that. Your surface level furry, not full on fursuits. Yeah. Authentic furry versus Tex-Mex furry. Oh, not the Tex-Mex furry. Man. Sunset Shimmer's a good choice. I love her character, like personality. I don't know, she's pretty badass. I don't like that. Did you go horse girl? No, back in college, there was a horse girl who I was like, maybe I could date. And then I saw how crazy horse girls were. I'm like, oh, when they said horse girls were crazy, they mean like really like crazy. So I was like, never mind. So I stayed away. I'm surface level furry too. I like furry art and I find it hot. I would never do any of this stuff IRL. I don't know. I can't afford it is the thing. I can't afford a fursuit. That's way too expensive. I would much rather spend the money on like a VR setup than like a fursuit, because fursuit, like maintenance, you know, that's a lot of maintenance. I don't have space for it too. That's a big thing. She would never love you as much as her horse. Yeah. Gonna be honest, I'm definitely a furry, but I don't have the experience or knowledge you're talking about there. I've never been interested in IRL or turning into a lifestyle thing. Yeah, me neither. That's why I feel like I don't know if I want to pull off a furry thing, like rebrand to a furry VTuber, because if you represent yourself as a furry VTuber, there are expectations, you know, there are connotations that come with it that people see, like, oh, you must be a furry, right? And with my voice, they'll be like, oh, you're probably like a bear, you know? But like, I might be, I don't know. I'm not that far into the community, so was it stolen valor, I guess? Like, I don't want to pretend or like present myself as a furry when I know I'm not, is the thing. More of a wolf? See, that's the thing. I don't know what that means. I'll hear these terms and I'm like, I know what a bear is generally, but I don't know like what's a wolf? What does a wolf mean? Freddy Fazbear? Way to go, superstar. And that kind of stuff. I don't know. Or like being a gaby but for furries, right? I don't know. Maybe not. Not sure. Getting coyote vibes. Maybe like a... I don't know. Like everyone tells me I have like an evil laugh, so I'm like, what's an animal with like an evil laugh? You know, that's a little bit threatening. Tiger? No, the tiger thing is not because I resonate with the tiger. I say tiger because everyone's like, oh, I mean cat boy. I'm like, no, not cat boy, cat man, tiger man. You know. A hyena, but the hyenas have the giggle. They have the giggle as a thing. Live your dreams. Be a possum tuber. God, I wish. Imagine being a possum tuber where you open the stream and it's just them going, like it's just like 2-3 hours of that. It's just screaming nonstop, and that's the end of the stream. You know, it's just that. It's just 3 hours of It's like, welcome to the stream where we experience the trauma of being alive. To be fair, like that wouldn't work in the current climate. The lowercase I said to me, I'm not that loud of a person. I can't scream. I wish I could. I've never gotten to that. Like it's my Asian upbringing, you know, like restrict yourself, don't express too much, and like I don't know how to scream. Like whenever I get angry, I don't yell. I can't yell. I'll get curt and like stern about things, but like when I'm angry, I just quiet down. Like I get more and more quiet about stuff. You know, I'll get frustrated, but like I'm not like angry, you know? You're Asian? Yeah. Do we not have to tag on me? Yeah. Evil laugh and polite. A shoebill stork. That's kind of cool. But no, everyone's been telling me like, oh, Lex, you have that like rich evil person laugh. I'm like, man, I wish I was one of those. I actually wish I was both of those, now that I think about it. Once you explode, you can't stop your mouth. The angry Asian thing with the cold shoulder. For me, it's like a cold, seething rage when I get mad about stuff, you know? Like there are other people who have like the explosive, outward, like shouty range. My anger is like a coldness. It's a cold anger, you know? Generational wealth laugh. God. I really wish. I would sell my US citizenship for $5 million because that thing has been going out. Like you pay $5 million, you get US citizenship. Can I sell mine? I'll take the $5 million. There's my generational wealth right there. And by generation, I mean mine. Just me. Having kids? Screw that. I'm not gonna have kids. The generation includes me and only me, and we end it there. $5 million is enough for me. you laugh like you own those heated toilets? Man. That's crazy. Mini Lexes, I hate to say this, but I'm aware that if I were ever to have a kid, that kid would grow up so insufferable. Because I would want to teach them how things work, but that's not how kids should socialize. They would grow up as like the actually type of kids, and I don't want that. And no. Yeah, one generation, me, myself, and I. There's my generational wealth. I hope your kids end up like you kind of threat. God, I could see it happening though. But no, I don't want kids. I'm not I'm not financially stable right now to even consider the idea of like children. I'm ready for my kids to be menaces. It's gonna be so much. Uncle Lex, please. Oh my god. I'd be down to be an uncle. I would love to be an uncle because I can just go be like, I can just go and like start sharing crazy shit, you know? Like you'll have me over for a weekend and be like, oh, Uncle Lex, go watch over these kids, right? And I'll be like, did you guys know you can replace milk or you can replace eggs in a baking recipe with human blood? And then like I'll just tell the kids like the most like out of pocket shit, right? So that later on they'll go and then like, hey mom and dad, did you know this? Like, who taught you that? Uncle Lex. You know, like, Lex, stop teaching my children these things. You know, that kind of shit. I already have issues with the one teaching them explosives. Hell yeah. Here's the thing though. You need to know how to build the explosives in order to avoid building explosives, right? How old will the kids be when you teach them this? Like 3, 4 years old? I want this to become a core memory that they have, but they don't understand it, you know? Like the ancient wisdom from back then. Dude, you're Uncle Fester? Literally the other one's justification? No, really. The dosage makes the poison, but you need to know and understand how the poison works in order to avoid it, whether it's a good medicine or it's poison, you know? Being an uncle is fun. I teach them about brain rot, and it's my siblings' problem. Yeah, there you go. Teach them the TikTok brain rot, you know? You can teach them things like on God, for real, no cap. This is so mid. I don't know. There you go. Exactly. But like, yeah. Don't teach them it. It's fine. I'm gonna be in Japan. I'm not gonna see people. I won't see any of my real life like friends anymore. Once I move to Japan. I realized I was already like that with my younger impressionable cousin. Hell yeah, let's go. Became the auntie at a pretty young age. I'm the fun chill aunt. Oh, nice. My friend's a teacher and they told me that kids nowadays don't know how to read and there's a literacy crisis and they can't follow simple instructions. Oof. As a former educator, I'm so sad for that. But as a not teacher, I'm really happy I don't have to deal with that because I can only imagine how bad it is right now. But man. So as long as you don't hand the kids a Ziploc bag of thermite like the one dude did to my ex-boy. What? That's crazy. Shoving kids to Uncle Lex in the summer? I mean, if I'm still streaming by that point, like, sure, just leave my stream on. You'll just get like a whole bunch of like cynical ranting from me. And then they'll grow up and then they'll tell the kids like, oh wait, you didn't grow up watching this weird purple dude with like a scarf on Twitch? What? And they're like, no, that seems like a very unique experience for you, you know? And Uncle Lex will teach the kids emoji law. God, I want to go. I really do want to study that. I should go read that paper again. It's been a while since I've read it. So Just refresh myself. I wonder if he's like made an update on it. Coco Melon, you're the kid's Coco Melon. That'd be cool. But yeah, I don't know. Ugh. It's ease. What it is, Chan. Looks gonna be some Kids Candle Cove. Oh my god. Is that how I begin my cryptid journey? I become known as like, hey, did anyone else watch this one streamer when they were growing up as kids? Like, sorry, my Cocomelon you put in the background when you need to concentrate. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that my content is like consistent enough that people would put me in the background. But man, one of these days. Maybe, I don't know. I gotta think about stuff. I think I really do need to take like an actual rest. Because like a real break, just to like settle down and be like, all right, let's really consider what's going on here, you know? That's scary, isn't it? That's scary. You're my background audio while I play video games? Hell yeah. Let's go. I can vibe with that. Maybe you can have that when you move to Japan. Maybe. But like at the same time, my idea is that when I move to Japan, I kind of want to already have a plan so that as soon as I hit the ground, I can take off, you know, like hit the ground running kind of stuff. Do you feel any regrets with what you have now? I don't have any regrets, but I do have like grass is greener on the other side vibes of like, if I had started out the Lex channel with like, oh, be the daddy kitten stuff, right? Like I would probably be in a better financial position now than I am currently. And I'm aware of that. So like but at the same time, I'm aware that it's grass is greener on the other side. You know, it's just grass. It's not guaranteed. It's just like, had everything gone right, then yes, you know, but since I have not actually gone into that kind of content, I don't know if it actually would have ended up better. It's just that I see other people who open up with a very strong personality in that direction, and I see them do well. Whether or not I would have been able to replicate it is a completely different matter. But in my mind, it's like, I should have done that, you know? Grass is greener on the other side. Stop looking at the grass. Everyone keeps telling me to touch grass, though. Lex comes back next week as a Discord daddy e-boy. Nah. I know the stuff I built up on this channel, at least, is way too fragile for me to do that. And if I did, I would lose all of you. Even as a joke, it would not last an hour. Touch grass, don't let it touch your own grass. Do you think you'd be able to upkeep the daddy kitten thing? There is a clip with Harrison Ford where the interviewer asks Harrison Ford, how do you come to terms with the idea that you look really stupid as the Red Hulk? You know? And then Harrison Ford, in the most like matter of fact, just like straight up does not hold anything back. He just says, that's what the money is for. You stop thinking about it because that's what the money is for. And it's like, damn. Because you gotta think about it, you know, like actors, you have to act the characters. What if the character is not who you would have been? You know, it's completely opposed to your personality. You still gotta act. That's your job as the actor. You know, you're getting paid to do that. So you just gotta do it, right? Exactly, it's a job. So I wonder, like, knowing what I know now, had I been able to, like, if I were able to go back, I know there's a lot of things that would change because I know how the industry works now, you know? But again, that's just like grass is greener on the other side type of stuff. Would it actually have happened? Would it actually have helped? No clue. No idea. Yeah, caption dies like that. I'm so sorry. It happens here now, here and now. If Rob Pat could move past his sexy vampire face and be his weirdo self, there's still hope for our weirdo selves. True. Yes. Well, here's the thing. Like, there's always, like, it'll always be okay. It is like at the end of the day, it's always going to be okay. But the problem is, like, how much of a buffer zone do you have in order to be able to weather that transitional period between your old content and your new content, your old brand and your new brand? Can you survive that transitory period? And for me, I know I cannot. At least with the research I've done, I know I don't. So, which is why I just keep doing what I'm doing. It's idealistic, but you don't know what type of flies you catch with the daddy kitten stuff. Yeah. Saturated market though, Discord, the daddy kitten thing. No, it's, well, depends on what you mean by saturated. The daddy kitten thing works because you develop a highly parasocial relationship, or you don't develop, you as the creator do not develop the parasocial relationship. You create and foster an environment that enables your viewers to create a parasocial relationship with you. And that doesn't require a large audience. You don't need to have hundreds and thousands of tens of thousands of viewers to make that work. You just need a handful of kittens who have a lot of money and have developed an unhealthy parasocial relationship with you to continue to fund that. You know, I've seen people with maybe 80, 90 viewers make like hand over fist terms of money, like more than I have ever had made in my life, you know, with just a handful of kittens. Oh, I see the phrase kittens, but it goes either way. Like, gender does not matter, you know. It's the barrier to entry for female creators is a lot easier because there is a wider audience of males viewers who are watching it, who want that kind of content. But it works either way for either gender. You don't need that many people. You just need a handful who are more than happy to spend money on you. Do you think parasocialism is an innate bad thing or not? Parasocialism on its own, I don't think so. Taken to the extreme, absolutely. But that applies to a lot of things. Like, a lot of things are bad and taken to the extreme, you know? Like, previously we had parasocialism with like movie stars, you know? Their public appearances are very curated and very organized by all the publicists. You know, you're allowed to say these things, you're not allowed to say those things, you're allowed to show on these interviews but not on those interviews, and so on, right? The main reason it's gotten worse now is because of the accessibility of people to enter into those parasocial relationships as people, as indies, as creators. You know, we don't have the training. Most VTubers are just hobbyists, right? There's someone who has a job and they're doing VTubing on the side. They don't get PR training. They don't get guidance. They don't know how to curate their audience and all that, right? They're just doing this as a hobby, right? And they don't know how to control that. And people who are viewers, they also fall into that and they're like, oh, cool, like there's this person here and I think we're genuinely friends because, you know, they're a person, I'm a person, they're not part of a big corporation or whatever, or like a big company. They're just another person just like me, you know? Like, it's a lot easier to enter into content creation now, which is why it's a lot more common to see parasocialism pop up in less controlled ways. But, you know, at this point, my brain is trying to save me thinking about a handful of literal kittens. Oh, that'd be really cute. Like Hosing fans who stalk and shit. Yeah, but then one kitten who ends up at your house and family's the one canceling you for reading a dono in the wrong tone. It's a weird path. Yep. Especially during the pandemic. Yeah, especially during the pandemic. I will say though, there are less and less kittens, both male and female. Like there are less and less of those people around, thanks to the prevalence of AI. More and more people are falling in love with their AI and developing a parasocial relationship with the AI chatbots, as opposed to developing parasocial relationships with streamers. It's a lot more controlled. It's a lot safer. It's a lot more easy to manipulate in the way that works for you and customize, you know? Also the fact that you can keep it like hidden between yourself and the chatbot that you're communicating with, you know? And yeah, binaries. I haven't seen too many incidences of that. But as humans, I suppose they also can fall within the same trap of parasocialism, you know? But yeah. I always wonder how people feel about partners dating AI bots. I feel that's emotional cheating. I still feel that's emotional, like I know people like role play with each other, but like role playing like relationships, I feel that would still be emotional cheating. I personally dislike cheating a lot, but that's because I have personal like experience with it. Not the cheating, being cheated on. So I have like a very strong negative reaction to it. It's just an otome game for me. That's fair. As long as you're able to like step back and realize like, yes, this is a space where I can experience this and have it contained. So it's a way for me to live this kind of fantasy, but it's not going to negatively impact my ability to interact with other people, you know? Thank you. I feel like emotional cheating, even if it's not a real person, right? That's why I think so. Is it cheating if both parties are super into love and deep space? I would say if you start emotionally connecting with a character more than your partner, you should have a talk with your partner. Communication is really important. Man. Isn't there a story about a couple breaking? There's a lot of stories about that. There's a lot. It's hard to pinpoint one of them because there's a lot of stuff. Read an article about AI bots and causing a schizophrenia delusion in people with no previous symptoms, but the algorithm feeding them conspiracy theories. Yeah, some of that, like delusions of like being God, like, oh, if you, user, say these things and do these things for me, you will unlock the full God AI potential that's hidden behind me, and I will unlock the secrets of the universe for you. That kind of shit, you know? Definitely emotional cheating, because usually the person talking to the AI bot more about how they would rather feel than their actual partner. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you start to feel emotionally disconnected from your partner, then you need to have a good sit down talk, not go cheat. Yeah, you would think. But having that conversation is awkward. So it is what it is. I'm Silas's kitten. No, I'm Silas's kitten. I want to know how the voice actors for Love and Deep Space got the job. I want to know. I'm sure they are very fine voice actors and they have a lot of experience. I am merely saying this from a place of aspiration of I want to do that kind of stuff too. I'm pretty sure I could do that kind of stuff. Just, you know, put me in, coach. I want to do that. People are losing loved ones to AI-fueled spiritual fantasies. Oh my God. I remember reading a person talking about, I don't know if this is true because this is hearsay, but someone was talking about how a person had taken a photo of their partner's coffee grounds or tea leaves, I think. And then they took a picture and they gave it to ChatGPT and was like, interpret these tea leaves for me. And then ChatGPT's like, oh, they're cheating on you. And then because of that, they broke up. Now, again, this is hearsay. I don't know if the story is true. This person gave no sources, but like that is not beyond the realm of something possible that I can see happening. Again, not real, not like I don't have a source for this. It's all hearsay, but it is not outside the realm of possibility. I have a girlfriend talk to ChatGPT on the New York City train? What? Dating ChatGPT? That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know. Some people use ChatGPT as a personal therapist. Okay, the therapist thing I can understand because it costs so much money. Therapy costs so much money, and there is a glorified vision of what therapy is. They think, oh, just go to therapy and you'll fix everything, right? As a person who has gone to therapists, okay, I will warn you, it's not cheap. It is very not cheap. The only reason I was able to go to therapy was because I was in school, in university, and I paid with my university tuition, right? It's not just that, but it's like you're gonna have to spend a good chunk of time, like at least half a year, finding the right therapist for you, right? Because my first therapist was, bless her heart, a white woman. And an American woman, like a Caucasian woman, does not understand the familial dynamics and pressures of an Asian family. So when they say things like, oh yeah, you should just talk to your parents, that's not how it works in Asian families. You know, your methods of therapy will not reflect well if a dynamic that I have in my family is very different. It comes from a very different culture, you know? So you're going to have to spend a lot of time finding the right therapist who understands you, you know, whether that be your ethnicity, whether that be your culture, whether that be your upbringing, you know? Like, if you go to a therapist in a very rich neighborhood who's like, oh yeah, just spend money on it, you know, like that's not going to help you if you don't have money, you know, to spend on things. Curating the right and finding the right therapist takes so much time and research. Exactly. So just saying like, oh, just go to therapy is not the easy be all end all answer that so many people on social media think it is, you know? That's why I understand why so many people resort to ChatGPT. You know, because it feels like it's a good alternative. It's a good replacement. It's free or cheap. You pay the subscription or whatever, you know? Like, I know it's bad, but I also understand why they do it. And it's a hard place to be in, you know? Like, if we could get everyone therapy who needs it, 100% on board with that. But the reality is we can't do that. I can't do that, at least. I don't have the money to, I can't even afford my own therapy at the moment, you know, let alone pay for someone else. Before the pandemic, even physical distance between therapists and clients. Exactly. Plus you can train it to, quote, to understand your concerns. Yeah, it's scary out there. I don't know. But anyways, Chad. We've gone a bit longer than usual. I wanted to keep it to just 3 hours, but we hit 4 hours now. I understand it, but at the same time, it's just a data harvester. At least your therapist doesn't sell my insecurities to Google. Yeah, that's why some people use Gemini as a replacement, because they're like, I'm not going to pay OpenAI and ChatGPT. I'm going to pay Google and Google Gemini because Google already has all my information. So because Google already has my information, they're going to be able to give me more better and personalized results. So, you know, I don't understand it. I don't understand the chat. But yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm really gonna have to go like sit down and ask myself, where is this all going? I know someone's gonna take this clip out of context and they'll be like, oh my god, Lex is gonna quit his job. He's gonna work at a retail store now. He's gonna go get a job at Walmart and just do that instead. Like, I know people are gonna panic, but like, no, like, I'm moving to Japan. Like, I don't know if like how drastic of a life change I am making to be committed to my job, but like I know someone's gonna take it out of context, be like, "Oh, he's quitting his job. He's gonna go work at Walmart, or he's gonna be like I don't know, he's gonna become a hermit in the woods, living in the Appalachian Mountains." I mean, that'd be really cool. Like, I would love to try living there, but maybe when I settle down, you know. Yeah, he's gonna quit his job and become a Discord kitten, or like Costco supervisor, door greeter. Welcome to Costco. I love you. Oh man, but yeah, doing some soul searching sounds good for you right now, especially with the huge decisions you're about to make. Yeah, that's the thing. I reached out to I don't know if you guys know him. He's a up and coming indie streamer. He's a cool cat. Casper Catacini. I don't know if you guys heard of him. Maybe. Who knows? But I talked to Casper about like what it takes to grow and live and make it as like a full-time content creator, because I know like he's got way more experience than I do. A lot more, like a lot of respect for just like the sheer amount of work that he's put in. So it's like I reached out to him for guidance on that. Like, how have you made it work? You know? I'm gonna be honest. The answer is not good. It's hard. It's hard work. It's really hard work, and I kind of expected that. I kind of expected the answer to be really hard, and like it's gonna be a grind. So, like, I know people who are in the trenches, I guess, having gone through it, you know. But I really want to know the answer. The answer is it's going to be hard. There is no way around it. It's going to be hard. And for myself, I have to ask, you know, like, am I going to be able to do that? Can I pull that off, you know? He's a really hard worker too. Yeah, absolutely. But for myself, it's like, I got to be honest with myself, you know, like, is this something that I really can do? And I want to be able to say yes, that of course, you know, like, oh, of course I can, right? But like realistically, like, let's be honest, you know, I am going into a field where I don't have a pension. I won't get Social Security, if there is any, you know. I won't have a retirement fund. I won't have health benefits. If I want those, I'm going to have to find a way to make it happen on my own. And it's scary, you know, like there are times when I wake up and I'm like, maybe I should just gotten a regular job that gives me a W-2 form, that gives me like stock investment options or whatever. And like, it just gives me like benefits and shit like that, right? Like, with all the control you have also comes that you need to control that yourself too. All of it, you know? Yeah, all of it's on you, exactly. A 401k? What the hell is a 401k? 401k? A Roth IRA? Is that a VTuber? Shall we arrange a marriage for you? Find someone rich and old? A sugar daddy? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know what it would look like if I was a sugar daddy. We have companies that build up a pension for yourself. Is that also the case for US and Japan? No. I mean, there are companies, but you have to like actually join the company as an employee. I'm currently like a freelancer, so everything is on my own. The silence. Well, here's the thing. If I could get rid of my like student loans, that would be the biggest like shadow that's hanging over my head. And like if that was gone, I would be able to breathe a lot more freely. But sadly, that's still there. Yeah. You can be a rental daddy in Japan. A rental daddy that in Japan that doesn't speak Japanese. I was only allowed to be part-time at my last job. Yeah, that's how they do it. Yeah. All the benefits and payments will be shouldered by you. Yeah, that's how it goes. Being a male host in Japan is dangerous. Someone got stabbed by parasocials. Yeah, I don't know if I could do that. I'm pretty sure y'all supposed to be like fluent. Also, like the fact that I don't have a Japanese upbringing, I don't have the culture of Japan, you know? It's like, how would you be a male host in Japan if you don't understand like the life that the people are talking about, you know? Like, what if my client starts telling me something and I have no idea how to relate to him? I'm like, damn, bro, that's rough. You know, like, they have the translator apps. I mean, even in Japan, they're talking to ChatGPT. So it's like, why would they use a translator app to talk to me when they can just use a translator app to talk to ChatGPT? You know? It's better. It's exotic. I'm Asian enough that I blend in Japan. So, I mean, they speak to me in Japanese when I show up there, you know? Being like Asian American doesn't help because I walk in, they're like, oh yeah, you must be Japanese, you know. I'm like, I'm not, but I just look it. I used to have a friend who used to be a host at Kabukicho. He says he pays big bucks, but some are still shady. I wish I could. That'd be so manipulative though. Fake gaijin. 100% seriously though. I will own that. I will own it. We just assume everyone in Japan speaks Japanese, right? If you're in Japan, speak the language. Speak Japanese, gosh. A low-key I want to be a host. I low-key want to be a host because I want a little bit of that validation to be like, yeah, you're like physically attractive enough to be desirable. Like I want that validation, but like everything else of it, I don't know. It seems way too manipulative, you know? I worry. It's hard for me, you know? Downside to being a host is having to interact with humans though, not gonna lie. I think the power dynamic of being a host already sets you up on a pretty good interaction because they're there for you. You know, they want to be there with you. So you don't have that awkwardness of like interacting with someone who like you don't really like because you know they like you at least, you know. One of those bunny garden hosts that don't like being outside. I want to be a bunny garden host. That'd be kind of cool. The wild haircuts. Considering the way you speak yourself, I'm surprised you don't get validation already. What? I don't know. I don't know about that. I just think a lot is the thing. I just think a lot. But anyways, chat. Anyways, ads are going to be coming up soon. Let me go pause them one more time. And because I am out of pauses once more, they don't recharge as fast as I would want them. We're gonna go call it here for today. Send you off on a little raid somewhere. Think about the host guy who lives in a room full of mirrors. That's crazy. That's scary. I don't know. My self-esteem would not handle that. You get to see myself in every angle and then judge myself for that? Nah. Hard pass on that one. Let's see. Who is currently streaming that I can send you on a raid to? Who am I vibing with right now? I am vibing with... Let me see. Are there any small VTubers that I know that I'm cool with that I can send you guys to? None of them are live right now. Oh, hey, there is. Cool. We'll send you over to Apollo, Chad. I'll send you over to Apollo. Let's go. Thank you so much for all the follows, everyone. I don't have any alerts on, so I apologize, but thank you for all the follows. We're gonna send you over to Apollo Likes Bugs. He's currently playing The Isle. I have no idea. I think he's being a dinosaur. But yeah, have a fun time over at Apollo's. I'm gonna go grab some food and get get ready for work. I just realized it's Friday the 13th, but I don't have anything planned, so I don't know what to do. I don't know, maybe I'll figure something out, whatever. I completely forgot it was February. Not February. Completely forgot it was Friday the 13th. I've been so distracted with life that I completely forgot. And oh well. Anyways, food time. Have fun over at Apollo's. I still don't have an outro, so thank you, partisans, for stopping by, giving me a couple of your hours to just yap away. Wait, I can do like a hang on. I could be like a here. Court is now adjourned. Wait, no, they just did it. They do so once. Court is adjourned. There we go. And then we'll send you that way. Okay. Well, I'll figure out a better way to say it anyways. Okay, yeah. Bye, everyone. Catch you all later. Bye-bye. And raid is sent. There we go.